there's an issur to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat it with respect. And the same law applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into a sack and throw it on a donkey. Same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about like the rush, now I put fun at a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of my sponsor that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means his neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain.
Yo, happy birthday, fumbled.
There's a mouth called Dua, he's in charge of the dead. He announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that. They know that he's coming up. Dead people can get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shema. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father, who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, "What do you mean it's a possible? That people don't know anything." The other ones, you didn't learn right shot. They're referring to the Rothschild. They're in this world. You're not concerned about that. But tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But tzaddik is always concerned about and what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Yob and Yehoyada, that there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash, the second Mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was toivel the ice, he cut off the ice and was not inside, or that he went through the entire son of Rabbi, which is the hardest sefer, says in one day, one short winter day. Says the Gemara, there's once a chassid. When the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to the Rabbi or the cemetery. We're talking about Rosh Hashanah. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were left there. They were talking to each other. He said, "Let's fly around the world. Let's see what's going on." Says one, "I cannot fly. I'm buried in Matzal Shulchan to read." The Tzlach explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. So she tells her friend, "You go out there, tell me what you hear." And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants the Rabbi Roshina in the first says Rabbi, the 17th day of Fajr, the 7th day, and then comes the second Rabbi, and the third Rabbi 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Rabbi Roshina, he planted in the Rabbi Shnia, and he made a lot. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he cars, and sure enough, he hears the boy saying, "Let's go fly. I can fly. I'm in Matzal Shulchan. So you come back and tell me." And she said, "I heard that whoever plants in the second Rabbi, the Shidduchim, the heat is going to come and ruin the crop." So he planted in the first, and therefore he made money. Earth lost the crop. Says his wife, "How did you know this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around in the cargo, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, "I know that your daughter was buried in Matzal Shulchan." Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery and he hears the Rufa saying, "Let's all fly around." One rule up, I cannot fly because live people in front of my mother, that she buried me in Matzal Shulchan. So you see that they do know. So the more perhaps somebody was nifter, told her. To a lady, and she died. And he went and he asked her, "Great, where's the money?" And she told him exactly where it was. She said, "Tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor suit tomorrow in my makeup." And that's because I must have heard it from Duma, the Malach, that announces. The Gemara says that Abu the Shmuel, Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the Shir, because you're going to be nifter soon. Why are you laughing? They consider you as a huge individual here in Shemayim. Consider them so big. Have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, "Where's the money?" The money is buried between our money. It's established. Our money, the son's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal. And in fact, they returned the money. How did you see that the dead know what's going on? But it's different because Shmuel is such a fashionable person. They announce in Shemayim, waiting in advance. Have a wonderful day. Rocha is Dafy's Tess. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and his sisters were dragging on the graves and he was told, Lloyd LaRush, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that his Rosh tells Mr. Rabbeinu, tell the oven of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise and I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Rosh says perhaps they don't really care. If wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov, that Rabbi Yaakov can have a promise to touch Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is to speak about a mace is as if you speak about a rock. What does that mean? Either they don't care or they don't know. However, if you speak about another kosher, like somebody spoke about Mashmuel after he died, and he pulled, pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because the Baruch himself hears that he spoke about the kosher person, but not necessarily that the kosher person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Shlomo Levi says that to speak about the Chacham, even if the Chacham is in peace in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Shlomo Levi, the Gemara says, and Shlomo Levi said that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch Hu or other things and they put him in Midu. They put him in fair excommunication. The Gemara says, I only found 3. One of the 3 instances that a Kabbalah B'Mahalo says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair and the husband suspects her of having an affair, they give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Geyeres and a Mishkureres. That's what Kabbalah B'Mahalo means. The fact that Shmai and Naftali who Gerim did it, gave Mayim HaMa'arim, they did the Saita for a Geyeres, says Kabbalah B'Mahalo, that was fake water, was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Midu. Such a view that that's not true. Kabbalah B'Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been Kabbalah B'Mahalo. It was, in fact, the Elazar ben Chanoich who made fun of the concept of the Kulas Hedayim, and they put him in Midui. And in fact, when Elazar ben Chanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. So there's a concept called Negus, Daite Kapamala, speaks improperly towards the Rebbeinu Shlomo. Like such as Chayni Mahago. Chayni Mahago, his name is Chayni Mahago because Chayni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. I said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Shadach said, if you weren't fighting, I would put you in fair. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zeicher LeParvim Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Shadach said, we deserve Kharim because you want them to think now they can touch him outside of the Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brisa. The famous theory of Tanur Shalachanoim, Rabbi Elazar held that in order, everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chop it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Elazar holds it's tar. Chacham says it's not tar. Elazar tried to prove it there with the tree, with the wall, the fence, the water stopped. Abbas who came out of Shemaim and said Rabbi Elazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they put him to Mitu and he died in a Kharim. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah, but why did Shlomo Levi say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbim, and he fought really hard. And that is deserving of Kharim. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of it. It says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to my Krishma, people might miss my Krishma. Unless it's not the question of Yosef, they put that right before my Krishma. People listening to a Hesped, or Yosef Mitzvah, it's also like Rosh, to go out, they should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Krishma, goes back into the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they can all say Krishma together, and the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, I sinned a lot. But refracted me many. You didn't even give me a or I deserve 1 out of 1,000. Says Abaye, don't speak like that. You say Afkala Sultan. I think Afkala Sultan, you should talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, I'm offering Menachem Eskom to the Avel. The outer row is not part of the confusion. However, the Gemara qualifies and says the outer row can see, it can be heard. The Avel can hear him, so this part of the Yikim Avilim is part of the confusion. The word brings a pasuk, Ein Chachma, the Ein Tuna, the Ein Eitzol, the Neged Hashem. When it comes from Yishbaruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Lavain. For instance, if a hush of a person is wearing shagas, even though they create a tremendous embarrassment, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Remember those two different cases, why his shot is different in all these cases. Let's first say Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanim were not Doiser and Zero when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Beis HaPras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are soil are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanon, if you're on the way to be marked from Pesach, you get on all four, blow your way through the field, and you see that's a concept only through the Rabbanon, because with the rise you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an adult decides he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a claim can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the adult. Same thing for the covet to give proper honor to the kings, even the Daisha kings, where it says that the Lazar Tzaddik, who was a Kayan, would step over the coffin. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a full tefach of air between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have the step out. There's a larger person in the aron or something, and you don't have that tefach. That's a deal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not choshesh for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's tzistis rib now only has 3 tzistis on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carbolus, which is the Rabbanon, he can leave it on. But anyway, the puzzle that says the salamta, if you find an object, you must return it. But there's exceptions. If you're claiming it's a fire, your whole person, it's not in your honor to take care of you, you earn more money than would take to give it back, you're potter. Why Shabbat is any different? The answer is because it says the salamta, a special meal, dafka in these 3 cases. And a nazir who's a kohen gadol, so he's a nazir and a kohen gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the korban pesach, he does not become kohen. But if he's a mason, so they find the dead person, nobody's taking care of, then even a kohen gadol nazir should become kohen. Why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Sheval Kaisa by Milah. Pesach, and it wasn't said by Tola having a wonderful day. Rothschild is Dav Chav. But Papa has to buy. Why is it that the previous generations they had so many music? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being the tsar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned Rizikin, says Rashi, Bakama, Bamativa, Vasra. We learn also Shusha. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi and Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yodais, how a branch transmits come into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in there. So what is the pshat? Pshat is that the previous generations, they were moister nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example. What means to be moister nefesh for Kiddush Hashem? Rabbi Bar Abba was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. He ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said because her name was Muslim, which it sounds like 200 times T. That is serious nefesh. Put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a. The Gemara says, the Rabbi will position himself better than the Mikvah. So the women, go look and ask him questions about feelings. What about Yitzhara? Because the women appear to me like white beasts. I don't have Yitzhara. Rabbi Lebanon would also position himself at the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason. So now women can stare at his beauty, and they can have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bava Metzia says, they could be G'daylim and Torah like him. He asked Rabbi Lebanon, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin. He's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yipul Arayim. He's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Aegis Fakifar will not be Mizai from Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Ketanim are potter from Krishma and Tfilah. Even if the Kohen is the age of Tfilah, it's potter from Krishma because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Krishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't shove him to shul that early. Tefillin, a Kohen, we're concerned, won't have a Gufnaki, a clean body. Women, as we know, are potter from all mitzvahs and seishas like Ram. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time, the morning and the evening, they are potter from Kriya Shema. Women are potter from Tefillin. And the Chiddush is that I would think that they'd be chayav in Tefillin because there's a Hektish between Tefillin and Mezuzah. And in the Mezuzah, they are chayav. Mashman, women are potter from Tefillin. Now, they are chayav in the Mezuzah. Why? Because in the Mezuzah it says, "Aman you make the Mezuzah brings longevity." And women need longevity. I would think that the Mezuzah would be potter because it says, "Nothing is placing Spinechem," and then.
Hello, how are you? Absolutely. How you doing, girl? Oh, amazing. How did it happen? Right. And so how does that work? You absolutely, yeah. I understand other thought. Well, congratulations. So you really like this girl? That's absolutely congratulations, Mystery. Congratulations. You do what you need to do. Shut up, Mystery, for beating up some bitch. No longer that bitch. Now she's Mystery. What the Yo, what's going on? How are you, Trey? All right, cool. What's your server about? Sweet. Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me? Okay, so you found out from me. Free social. Okay, very cool. Well, is your link in your profile? Yes. You don't know how to put it in your profile? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I just that's something that I do. What are your hobbies? I should have 20% for kids. I for okay, I just sent you a little system there. When I have time to take a look at it, okay? You're good one. everything like, yeah, I'm like on 2250 Street. So I park at like, yeah, you're not allowed to poop on the streets, but I have, but I can't do that. So anything that's like that, uh, yeah, I have more social media than I person does. Yeah, I appreciate it. You know, you're always welcome here. We just run around. We just run around to different discords. So basically, yeah, yeah. If you want to grow your server, I think really good. You know what Discord is? Oh, okay. And then do you know how to bump it? Right. Well, um, there's a bot that you put in your Discord, and it allows you to bump your server, which is basically to promote it, and then it'll put it at the top of the promotions. So I recommend you do that. Yeah. Make sure. I mean, I'm sure these are rare to some extent, but yeah. So you bump it like once every 2 hours, and then it'll promote you. Basically, free advertising. They may also make advertising classes that will do it where you just you can actually look in that center. If you just search PUMP, you can get those bots and then self promote. Yeah, you're in my server right now. Yeah, where do you think you go? This isn't social. Correct. That's okay. I'm in there too. That's okay. No, people can cuss all they want. I don't necessarily like people use racial language, but I'm about free speech, so generally I let people say what they want to say. We're not. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even Discord has terms of service, so you have to follow this. That just makes you feel. Yeah, I kind of try not to. Because it makes you feel. Don't be a stranger. Excellent. Keep me up. Absolutely. Keep me updated on how your service went. If you have any questions, let me know. No, sir. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. 56% cable.
Then right afterwards, with Safta, there's a hekesh, just like they're puzzle and Torah. They should be puzzled. This is the last one they're fighting. This a woman is fighting Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, Oikim, and Tzarayim, it's his man Grama, nevertheless, because of the rachamim. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayv with their raisa or with their rabbanon. They're definitely chayv. According to Rabbi, the chayv with their raisa, it says Zocher v'shalom shalom v'zocher. Whoever's chayv in keeping Shabbos is chayv in mentioning Shabbos and doing it. According to Abaya, it's only chayv the rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that chayv should keep in the evening and the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah as leishas like Rama. Nevertheless, they are chayv. We don't want to prove that, but perhaps because the mother of a woman is for their raisa because she can be mighty to your husband. She's not a raya because in the same place it says that a patan can be mighty to his father, and a patan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a sevilla or 60 achila, and therefore the patan can be mighty. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be mighty to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashur told Rabbi it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Kanav Yilacha. It says Rabbi Hashem, of course, I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to stay Birkas Hamazon when if you're satiated, and they were machmer on themselves. They say Birkas Hamazon even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or Kesdai like Meir. That's why I show favoritism. Like this. The Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Kerry cannot learn Torah. Ezra was the second that happened to Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if it's about Torah? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamoitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Mahara. But Yehuda says no. About Kerry, he must say Kriya Shema. He must say Hamoitzi, he says Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud, what's his name? Machlokes to Rabbi and Rav Chisda, whether Hebrew is believer. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbi, it has the same effect. So why does Bakari only think it as if he's saying it? Because you're just like it says in Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. When Rav Chisda, Hebrew love could be. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say Kriya Shema. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about his powerful and we want him to be Isaac, or to do the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Chaf Aleph. We learned that when you call carry, you must say something midiraisa, such as Kriya Shema or Kriya Shema. He has to think it in his head. Whereas Shemona Esrei, which is older Rabbanon, he doesn't think it at all. I don't know that Birkas Hamazon is there, right? So it doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the Pasuk, Ve'ochalta, you eat, V'savata, and you're satiated, U'birach. So you say Birkas Hamazon. Birkas HaTorah, it says, Moshe Rabbeinu said, Kishem Hashem Ekros, I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazilu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanon, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kabbalah going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat Kabbalah. If you make Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. The same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make Birkas Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make the bracha prior to it because you didn't have an onion. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go with the Chayi Olam. This brings the Olam Haba. So you say prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned until this point, that Kriya Shema is only for the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only the Rabbanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Reiser. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first thousand brachas? The Shach B'chol Kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says, no, Shach B'chol Kumecha is the first Talmud Torah. The field of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So Chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see that it's only the Rabbanon, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because you're talking about the person that Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema, he already mentions Yitzis Mitzrayim. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has all of the Shemayim and Yitzis Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Elazar says no. Kriya Shema is very right, so therefore if a person has a suffix whether you say Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan Alavai, he should have it all day long. In other words, he could repeat Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halacha. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? It says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, also he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, look, I'm saying Slach Lono, I'm middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha of the tzibur of the said, you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha, regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no fear to say. I thought he came. Nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he comes in the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, he could say Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas and davar, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into the shul, this is a lot of nights, he comes into the shul, and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, which he did. What's the machlokes? According to Rav Huna, if you could finish one esrei before everybody gets to the Moedim, then you should start one esrei finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be banished from esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, then it looks like you don't agree to them. According to Rav Hizda, he has to be able to finish one esrei before everybody gets to the Kedusha. And the Machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we, the Paskin, that a person can't say Kedusha by himself. The Torah comes out that he should be able to finish one esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. The point is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehishua Rabbi, according to Rabbi you could. We don't pass on halacha like that. Place goes down, and today we think about it. Shemer Pa'ila, that's the question that it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in places and see the halacha. About carrying is also to learn Torah. How do we know it? The kinds of quote smuchim, since there's a pasuk in regard to carry, the sense of the pasuk that says this of our Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And in the smuchim that the Kabbalah learns in this parasha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches the son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a witch you can't keep alive, so we learn it, the reason that she has this people we learn from a behemah. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Rabbi Yehuda because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. His father raped somebody, he's allowed to marry him. Or the view that you're not allowed to. And why? Because he learns it from smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach ish es aved, but lo yigalu knaf. Lo yigalu, Rabbi Yehuda learns talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Torah, who saw Torah. A midah that was pointed zera, and a woman after relations who had zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Review the holds that they don't have to go to. It's mashma. It's only in these three cases that review the holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about carry without any side effect, any ziva, nita, etc., just a pure about carry? Perhaps he holds that he has to go to the mikvah. The Gemara comes out and says that. At the end of the day, review the holds that about carry is also the learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Birkus Kriyashma, etc., he made them like Birkus Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are Derabanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not forbidden. The Gemara tells us that just like the Matan Torah was given the theme of the year of the rest of Isaiah, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear and trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one turns about becoming, but it wasn't his fault. He became a son of the Torah while Anida by mistake. He could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes coming carry, which is an issue of Kalos Rosh, there's actually 7 shittas. The Tanakh says it's impossible for him to learn Torah at all. It came from Kalos Rosh, and Torah is only the rest of Isaiah. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda that says that Torah cannot become common. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tumah Karen. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda. Fire is not Mekabel Tumah, Torah is not Mekabel. And then you have 5 shittas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnah, you can say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. And you have Rabbi Yossi that says you can go deep into Mishnah, you can parse Mishnah, you can learn Gemara, and you have nothing but a phone says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Baruch when it brings a puzzle. Akiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say Rabbi Akiva, he meant to say don't go into a Beis base marriage. Carries also belong to base marriage. Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person who's Valkyrie can learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was Machmir when he taught his Talmidim, who was Toivel first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. The Nachman Bar Mitzvah says that the middle of the world has like the three skating. One halacha that we just said, like the statement that when it comes to Valkyrie, you can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, is makeup. You have to plant three types of plants. You have to plant pita, wheat, soy or barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on Kalayim. Whereas Chacham say only two is the Isser. And like Rabbi who says that the fee of a gracious, I guess, shear your sheep and give the first shearing to a Kayin is only in Eretz Yisrael. Either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah or he said they were mevatel the tefillah shedayim. Like we learned, the physicist said you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before the harim, but don't do it on the account of not damage from Esher B'Tzibah all the time. And what it does is that Nocham Yishdamzi whispered to Rabbi Akiva, this coming out like that. And Rabbi Akiva whispered it, and as I either announced it in public or he whispered it just coming. What's the halacha? That this new concept called Tisha Kavim, when one is toivel for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go to the mikvah with 40 stuff. He can pour upon himself 9 kavim like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we'll see later on, the Lomer holds that when it comes to Tisha Kavim, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you go to the mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah. You can't pour the 40 stuff on top of you. So Tisha Kavim is dafka pouring on top of you and then going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? It's not that it was announced in public. Because the steal of carry caused a lot of different Torah. It's a long time to go to the mikvah, find the mikvah. Or people who are battling for food. The person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah. He might abstain. And then he said it in secret because he didn't want his Talmidim to be with the wives like Karnabolim, like children. Yet he says when it comes to halacha of steal of carry, some are mekel, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yom. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 cups of water, or why would one go to the mikvah with 40 stuff? Says the Lord, because someone made it together. There's a story where somebody was about to be over in Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over in Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 stuff, and that made him stop. And therefore, for some instituted, you have to have our bottom strength. The Buddha holds that a Valkyrie can be playable. The common meaning in Mayim Shuvim doesn't have to be rainwater, or physicist says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held Mayim Kavim, so he could use it to carry. So we told him, what do you mean? So the Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he can use 9 Kavim. But we're telling him, yes, the Chacham is considered a sick person, but it wasn't like himself, it was Marbil. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the keys. Says the Gemara, halachically, the Nachman's key was broken. So, according to people who shot, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because initially, it's the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself carry, like an Chacham, could use that cover. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be titled at all. Ezra was misakin the tefillah for a carry. He said you have to go to the mikvah with 40 saw. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tefillah came against his will? Rabbi says Ezra was also misakin something, and that's the 9 saw, the 9 cow. And according to Rabbi, Ezra was misakin. Rabbi was misakin the 9 cow in such a case. Rabbi says lahalacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah, need 40 something. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, loinus, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both putter without anything, not even 9 stuff. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. So if he's Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, or he brought it upon himself, he needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 saw. And some are mechul and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that about Terry needs dafka karka, it has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like you mentioned before, it could be like a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words, we call Makkah in the Gemara, learn these words to mean that you can use according to Rabbi Yehuda, Mayim Shkurim doesn't necessarily have to be rainwater. Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rabbi says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was 20, but I used 9 travel. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 travel is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people, you need 40 saw. And I, in fact, was coming, but I used 40 saw. Says Rabbi, let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench. Says one more Allah of Chama was able to 40 saw Erev face out because he went to other people. Says the more that Allah is not like him. You don't need 40 saw. I mean, wonderful thing. Nobody's not fulfilled. This is a middle Shemana they realize that they forgot he's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemana rather, we should finish off Shemana but we can catch it. We should show you every single drop of the beginning and the end, and take out everything in between. If a person is about 30, he's late from a fire, and he realizes that he's about 30, he should say everything really quickly. And according to the mayor, he can only say Psukim and that's it, but then he has to let somebody else know. It's also to daven in front of waist execution. So if he sees waist, he should turn his back to make sure that he's at least 4 hours away, approximately 8 feet away. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to the side 4 hours. If the person is diving and realizes that he's diving while there's waist right next to him, he's considered a fighter sinner. According to Rabbi, he is not to Esri again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat the Esri again. The person has a medical condition. He has an uncontrollable bladder. So you must wait until he starts leaking. And only then he continues with the Shemana Esrei. Now, if he stops for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemana Esrei, then he must repeat the whole Shemana Esrei. Like any other tefillah, he can stop regardless of what reason. He must repeat the whole Shema Esrei. Unless he didn't stop long enough to say the whole Shemana Esrei. According to one man, the Omar, he's a God reductive. In other words, he shouldn't have started diving anyways. If he came to this situation, and when he started diving, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he did it, his whole tefillah is all good, and he has to repeat. He doesn't have to repeat his diving. And now, he's doing stuff to do all it out. If a person needs to repeat himself, has to go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is time it takes to walk one person, then his tefillah is if you're able, he must repeat his entire diving. If he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he should start his davening with Chatchila. The Pasuk says, Shmor Rakafal Kasher Tefillah Tefillah. So one shot is, you should watch your body. You should be clean. You go davening, basically, you go to shul, make sure you have a clean body. And Rashi, the other man says, be careful not to sin. Don't have to bring the korban on the face of the king. The situation on the Pasuk is, we precept Sikun Zevach. Don't bring a korban like a fool, meaning a fool doesn't know why he's doing the korban. Perhaps he has to do the fatness, and he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right shuvah. The person is wearing tefillin shorosh, has thrown on his head. According to Rabbi, he could go and leave himself on it, and according to Rabbi, it's also why, because he might come to go for good. If this bathroom of the beast that he's in the wall, it's a permanent place, and there's a lot of waste everywhere in those days, talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove the tefillin before you can approach this place. It's a 4 hours before you get there. Now, if you want to get there, that was his point, is going to say the point between you and put your cheese on, wrap it up in your phone, and you put it on the duvo. If it's a beast, you say Arab. It's never used, so you don't have to remove the 4 hours before you get there. But once you release yourself, now you just create a place that you cannot put your tefillin on still you move away 4 amas from that. But according to the Shammai, your tefillin is there's a wall separating the face, like you say, the tefillin, which is surrounded, everybody's walking, it's a busy place. So you put your tefillin on the shelf, facing everybody else, and they're surrounded. The issue with that is somebody come and snatch your tefillin. Whereas tells us a story about her son to walk by and she grabbed the food, she grabbed the something, and she told people, "Where's this boy? That owes me money." That boy, obviously, he wasn't under that there, but she lied, and he was so embarrassed that he was so frustrated. Then they said, something like this. This should be fluid. Inside part of the wall because inside it's quieter and there are a lot of birds, and they might take your fill as well. And that's the design of the fill. Therefore, it says they still must only fill in your head. So what do? You take the fill in your right hand and you put it against your heart. You hold them up and make sure that the tools don't come out of your hand one time. So the tools have to go. The tools yad has a yud. The tools roish has a dollar. Together with the shin on the tools roish that smells shafai, that's special fusion. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin afterwards. It's still daytime, but if it's night, this is the last thing you take off the tefillin. You're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands. You must put it in the bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one type of gear in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity, and then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never use this before, and even has less than a cup, put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take this jar and read it for a little bit. They buy somehow put this slight amount of here and there, it says nice message, because you don't need full cover on this tefillin. And this brings us a lot of things. More tells us two different stories, they both say the same thing. They're not when they came to the restroom, they were safer of a gathered to the community, but they didn't get their children. They preferred to hold the tefillin by themselves inside the restroom. So since they didn't do this, they said that's the restroom. Yeah. They preferred really coming to the restroom that they take a sheer protection from us. During davening, the Lord tells us not let a hold of the tefillin, not let a hold of knife, or money, or any process. Everything, not let a hold of anything in your head, because this will reduce your concentration during fasting. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body and the brain of design to tefillin. There's a concept of sleepiness. When one goes to the bathroom, nobody's dealing with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to 12 up in the front, and one up in the back. A woman, one up in the back, and nothing in the front. If a big set, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom. So there's a lot of stuff going on the ground around the sofa. So we're not concerned that there will be a splash of condoms on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore, you may hold the tefillin in your hands. Whereas if it's a piece of alright, it's more homer than if it's a piece of cloth because since the ground is very hard, it's concerned that maybe there'll be something will splash on the leg and you're going to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not going to hold the tefillin in your hand. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed and goes into a very long meal. That's this happens. He doesn't want to get up and go to the meal, go to the restroom. He has guesses and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet. And every time he's trying to go to the bathroom, at least 4 times. 10 times, 4 hours. The machlokes, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table or you take off your tefillin by the table and put them on the table, that's the subject of the case. Everybody agrees, though, that for previous Hamas, you should wear your tefillin. In those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like this. If a person designated a couch for tefillin, is tefillin that, and he also puts tefillin in there. So just 2 things. It's also for somebody inside their back. So the highlight you never put tefillin, and as long as you know that for his tefillin, it's also the short line inside the tefillin bag. Wonderful ability. be above no. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in a room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in a room. But Allah is like Shmuel. You put your tefillin underneath your feet without being completely disrespectful to tefillin. That's possible. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say Allah was like Shmuel, but he passed it out like Shmuel. So he told his Talmud Rabbi, you won't get my tefillin. But his Talmud Rabbi, when they get still, he realized that the tefillin was below. Now we're going to put a set, and that is why he went to the weekend the night before. In other words, even in a situation of Ishtehima, you still allowed to tefillin below your tefillin. If two people were undressed and they were below beneath the blink, how do they say Kriyashma? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely possible. If they're not facing each other, back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the age is Machasim Gemara? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11, and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's not his wife or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's Machasim Gemara, whether you have to cook on a pizza or Alex. And in passing Shmuel, that's the mother without the Hefsek. And according to Rabbi Yosef, it's a difference between his wife and other people's wife. His mother, which they can find other people, it's possible. But there's no concern about rabbis even rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered a parallel, and therefore you can say Krishma if they touch each other. Now, what it is, in order, a lot of mitzvahs, but in our precious colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up making the bracha. But the person is unclothed, it's supposed to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have complete covering of his erba. And a woman, if she's sitting, it's really for her to make a bracha. The ears of the erba of a man are not considered erba, and you're allowed to say, which might front of them. A half of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily erba, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to sit Kriyashma in front of that tefah. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even the woman, if he does so, to gaze at, stare at the benefit from it. The sky of a woman, according to the Mishnah, means above the knee, according to the Mishnah, below the knee is considered covered. Therefore, the way that prayer explained, it's worse than a cookie because even if you're not staring at the benefit, it's still possible to look at it. Hobi Erba, the voice, the singing voice of a woman is considered Erba, and the ear of a woman, Sardi Erba, of a married woman, a woman typically covers her ear, that ear is considered Erba. The Gemara says it's usher to hang your tefillin, either it's suicide or a but you're allowed to hang them by the boxes, and the point is if you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, a fill bag, you're allowed to hang a fill bag on a peg, even though it's a comparator, it would be also to hang by a peg. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is loud during Shemana loud, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that's also that's true that he doesn't have a mula that Hashem hears him without him being loud. If he's doing so, because that's how he has kavanah, then it's mula to be quiet and it's not in public. Because other people that are Shemana and it's disturbing them, that is awesome. That's really cute. If somebody really wants to learn Shemana, it's considered loving shepherd. If somebody burps or yawns during davening, is considered gassy or look. It's the greatest type of person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good signal. So we often, the Gemara gives a story that Rabbi Sarah, who had a sneezing issue, he had allergies, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that somebody sneezes during davening is considered singing enough. He said, this is more than all my prayers. Rabbi Hanina saw that Rabbi heard
what up, son?
He's still during davening, but gone.
Playing dick like it's going out of style. How about you?
Not intentional, and therefore it's not considered.
You're just what? Just fucking me. Hi, baby. Am I sober? No, I'm probably the most sober motherfucker on earth right now. dog. I'm soberer than those motherfuckers. They're, I'm sure, taking something in some kind of vinegar or something. Okay, well, I'm like a monk. All right, are you ready? Zoo, are you ready? You just. Oh, okay. Hey, I thought they had that guy arrested. I thought they had that guy arrested. Riser was here till like 7 in the morning. We were just playing, but when you were like, I told him, I'm like, Zoot said that they had somebody arrested. And they were going to announce it in the morning. Riser's like, that's a very Zoot thing to say. So I was like, well, we'll see. But I don't know if anybody's been arrested yet, too. Right. Did you track that story today? They haven't arrested anybody. They haven't arrested anybody. They didn't arrest anybody. That's fine. Are you? No, that could be the thing. It can be. Usually, they aren't free to leave, and it can involve restricting them. There's a fine line, but it's not like that clear. Um, okay, so who do you think did it? Somebody with the legal authority. Yeah, that's it. That's it. So do you think they're gonna? Do you think they're gonna find the person? Okay. Yeah, no, I get that. Did you see what the guy wrote on the minutes? Were you on? Were you on Twitter? Were you on Twitter Spaces today? Okay, what'd you do today? Okay. Did you take your dog for a walk? Are you gonna do that? Are you gonna go to the gym? What happened to you? Okay. What are your okay? What are your thoughts on how long is it going to take to find the sniper? Okay. Oh, for sure. Did you hear that there was like a secret plane that flew out of Provo, Utah? Like basically, nobody knows who's on this private plane. Did you hear that? Do you remember that time I asked you a question? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are you someone who feels as if this person might get caught in the next, you said 48 hours? Okay. And do you think that there's any chance that they get away? Yeah, completely. Like they just never find the person. So you think that's impossible? Yeah, I'm in agreement on that. Well, it's kind of scary that there's just a random sniper and he's just randomly walking around or whatever. They found the guy driving on certain roads. I don't really understand that, but apparently that's there seems to be corruption all over this thing. Right. You think it could take a week? Yeah. You would think that this guy like had a cell phone, and if I mean I don't know, maybe he didn't have a cell phone on him, but they only released like two pictures of him when chances are they have a lot more pictures of him than that. I know he has like sunglasses on, which kind of makes him difficult to identify. Uh, I'm someone who gets very hesitant to believe anything. Yeah, I mean they look trans, but they were like a trans advocate or something. I mean, it's very suspicious when like the guy's chest shirt is like an American flag with a gun. Like that's like very um, questionable. That like that's exactly who they would want to do it. Who like the media and the government would want to do it so that they can crack down. And when Charlie Kirk was shot, it was it was like immediately when he was mentioning like transgender people, and it's just questionable. In my opinion. And then the way that he shot him, dude, he did it from 200 yards away. That's like, and he shot him like perfectly. That's like a marksman. Like, that's really difficult. I don't think you or I could make that shot. I mean, I've never shot a gun, so I can't really be like the person to say, but I don't think we could make that shot. Dude, why did you leave last night? Okay, why don't you charge your phone more often? Dude, remember that time I asked you a question?
Yes. Not sure.
Okay, are you gonna get another charger?
Yeah, I'll get one.
Okay. So what's your plan for the gym? Are you gonna try to be a stripper? Yeah, but you like fucked up when you were like trying to bulk up or whatever. You just needed to like be a little leaner, and then you'll be a stripper. No, dude, it's like that was like your goal.
Yeah. I will get that.
Okay, so that's still your goal. Dude, did McDonald's get back to you? Are you sure? So they didn't even say that like we're not interested in this time. Okay, maybe you're still in the running. What about Hungry Jacks? Did you apply at Hungry Jacks? That's a no. So instead of saying no, they didn't get back to you, a truthful person would say, I didn't apply there. Okay, so then you're being truthful. Then they haven't gotten back to you either. Okay, and then what about Big W? Oh, okay. Dude, I have a friend of mine when we were younger. He worked at Target, and he you worked at Target before. You mean you've just been to Target before? Oh, how was that? Well, that's good. And, does your Target have big red balls in front of it? Yeah, I know it's got a Target. But does it have like big red balls outside the door? Oh, cool. All right. Uh, so you think it's going to take 48 hours to find this guy? What made you say that they caught the guy last night and they were going to announce it today? Oh, you saw it on Twitter? Okay, I mean, I get it. I get that. I understand what you're saying. You think that many? All right. Did Charlie Kirk's family release a statement or anything? You got check this September 10th. I wouldn't expect them to put out a statement if they're being shown. But you don't show. Yeah, dude. He had a whole college tour plan. No, I'm gonna watch it later tonight. Was it good? I know you didn't watch all of it. You just watched clips, right? Was it good? I watched Charles Manson. Was it good? Yes. Was it good? At what point of his life? He's been big multiple times. Yeah, even though like, I knew people who really liked that show, I couldn't really stand it. And he, I don't know, he went after the producer and made some comments, and then then he went off the deep end with the tiger blood. Did they talk about the tiger blood? No, okay. And then he did Vinning. He had like two major catchphrases: tiger blood and Vinning. Yeah, is he still? I think so too. Did you like Two and a Half Men? Dude, I knew some people who fucking loved that show. They still love that show. It had some beautiful women. I'll give you that. Some really beautiful women. But the laugh track on it just is so bothersome to me that I could never get into it. I also don't like child actors very much. Like that guy, his name is the kid. His name is it's like a meat Angus, whatever that kid. Even though it's kind of annoying to me. And then he grew up in
like rejected out of Hollywood. And the other guy, I don't know, like this is every episode of that show. Charlie is trying to get laid. The brother's acting like a little bitch. The little kid makes some snarky remarks. The housekeeper makes some joke that everybody laughs at. And then in the end, Charlie blows it with the girl. That's like the whole, it's every fucking episode. Is it not? Okay. All right. And then when Charlie Sheen left, that show just took a gigantic shit when they got Ashton Kutcher. He was just awful. Everybody thought he was terrible. And they went from the biggest show on television and the highest paid actor on television to a joke. I can't believe that show is happening. I know it was, and I know it's really big in syndication, but it just, to me, it was very sexual with a child, and I did not like that. And I don't know, I did not really enjoy it. But I know people who did, and I know there were a lot of people who made it the number one show on television. Excellent.
What else is John Show?
He was a really big child star, and like Teen Heartthrob, he was in like The Outsiders, and he was in I think Red Dawn, and then he um, like he has a really he's like a he has a famous father and brother. His brother's in the U.S. and his dad is Mark Sheen. So like they've had like connections to Hollywood for many years, and okay, I mean he was like okay, maybe not a child star, but he was like a star. Like he was like a movie star. I get that. Oh yeah. You're right. That was yeah. Um, wasn't he in Red Dawn? Wasn't wasn't he in Red Dawn though? That's a who is he supposed to be? Oh wow, what a dumb. I'm sure that wasn't his decision, but that turned out to be good. He he was he dated some beautiful women, and I believe married Denise Richards. I was like, one of the prettiest ladies in this time. That woman was gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably bisexual, but okay. And then he just dated a bunch of like porn stars, which didn't sound like too bad of a life. But then he fucked up and said the wrong thing with somebody. Why exactly did he get fired for 2.5 men? he's made some big shows. Chuck Lorre. He's made some big shows. He made Roseanne. He helped to make Roseanne and Diamond and Greg and that show, and Big Bang Theory, and Two Broke Girls. Like he's been a big time producer. Chuck Lorre. All right. So, are you going to watch the second episode of that? Dude, have you watched The Paper? Why not? You haven't seen it. It's not Chuck Lorre, dude. It's the people who did The Office. So, have you seen The Paper? Is it something that you would want to see? All right. You want to know a website where you can see it? Okay. And then you do your thing. So, you're going to go to the gym today? Okay. And then are you going to try? Oh, so come on, Depot, you fuck. Come on, baby. Depot.
For the guys from New York. When he sneezed, that's considered a Christmas when we pull the stage from his mouth, and that's a singing offer. When he spit, he didn't spit onto the ground because that's considered spitting in front of the king. So he spit in his clothing, and the person who's an istiness, he could put it into his scarf. If he's really an istiness, he could spit it behind him. If that doesn't work, that only he spits in front of him. That is, the Rabbi, he used his garment to crush a loud story, the Esrei, and he also, when his palace fell off quickly, he would have returned it. It's also returning palace during Shunas. But when he was young, he had manners, he put his hands over his mouth in order not to show his. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, sneeze that has a smell to it, that is also doing a purpose that's considered a dasura. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do so during davening? He must walk daladamas behind his waist until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shmona Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha, asks sort of for forgiveness for what he's done. He says, "It's our time to come and become a family. You understand how embarrassed we are with Hayem in our life, about Hussein when we die, we're going to be magnets in words. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemon Esrei makes this bracha, and then he continues with this bracha. Shemon Esrei, the word we read off before. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's possible to move from Florida to Israel. As the Prophet says, I will come and get you from Golis. And Rabbi Abba held that it's mutter. So Rabbi Abba kept on appointing Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Abba said, before I go there to Israel, let me hear one more Allah, and this is Allah that he heard. Then he said this bracha, and he walked away, and he said, if I only came to hear this, it was worth it. If a person is listening to a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, he wants to say Krishna, but it's too cold for him, so poking his head out. Now you have an issue with the Hebrew race to Arabic, ain't no race to Arabic, his eyes rain to Arabic, his eyes see the Arabic, his heart sees the Arabic. So what you do is you need a feet to use some sort of cloth to your neck. And the Arabic, and that's enough. That's what's point to my number that says that it's not an issue for Hebrew race. That's an issue. You put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates a fatisa. If a person is walking the street and this excrement is soil all around, maybe I'm put up. One by the number says, your mouth, your hand on your mouth, you walk. You're standing still, everybody holds. It's also the straight up. The bottom on the number says, putting your hand on your mouth. Doesn't work. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is not something that a man is not wearing anything from the waist up. You may say Krish. Also, you don't say dressing like that because it's standing in front of the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that his ring is full, you shouldn't just jump up and run out. That can be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But if he puts his hand on his fillet, what if a person has soya waste on his hand? According to Rabbi, that's not a problem because it says, the parts of the body that say the person of the court goes up to clean. In other words, the mouth, according to Rabbi, it says the positive. All that's my secret, all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part of your hand has to be closed. If the source of the smell is there, further Rabbi, you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the source, not so much the smell. When it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. At that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 amas. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of wisdom coming out from a human, dog, pig, and chicken was? It says that in the chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken. According to Rabbi, the only time dog and pig waste are also the same fish is when they are used and hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you exceed the tzara, it doesn't matter how far away it is, as long as you can see it, it's also to say Krishma brother. If it's that's top of a over below you, that is looking to say Krishma, that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's looking to say Krishma in front of it. Or when it comes to Erba, if a glass separates from the Erba, that doesn't give you a head there, because over there it's still an Erba. If you have a very small amount of such a portion, all you do is cover as you sit on it, fix it. If the sunlight is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What What if the soil is stuck at the bottom of the shoe? That's a takeaway whether or not you're allowed to say Krishna. Now the halacha is that the soil who's always under the tree is like the plant is like water. So anybody that's part of the walks into the tree becomes covered. But if somebody that's part is under the tree and the material walks by the tree, the person that's part remains part because it's not to go away. So it's a if so, the same applies to soya. In other words, if soya is moving by, it's moving by, then you are allowed to say fish. Only if it's stationary, it's awesome. Notice it's not when it comes to soya, it says you are need to be in the proper place of fish. Since you by you, then at that moment it was punished just for you to say fish. A breath, a smell that doesn't have a source. Remember this example that the sheep walkers they would sleep on these machatzos, but their friends would wear next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, it doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of breath smell that comes from the walker. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say creation. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meraglayim or let's say apple juice? It's a suffix. So if it's even if it's in a heap of trash, typically this soya Meraglayim, it's only because the circular rights of such Krishna, the front of Meraglayim, is in front of a stream coming out of a person. And once it hits the ground, it's not also the rights. So therefore, the hundred more geyser if you have a soya. However, when it comes to soya, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or soya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's also why? Because in trash usually you find soya. In the house, it's not like this because one of them says you typically don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How much Meraglayim is it that makes it possible to secure? One of them says it's so moist that you have with your head, you can make something else moist. The other one says, all you need is as long as it makes your head moist, there's nothing else moist. The part of your head, it says that just the outline of it on the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear? So you have a number of shears. One shear is that it becomes hot on the outside, it's a longer piece. So the other shear says up to the point where there's cracks in it. The other shear says this part is everywhere and it breaks. The halacha is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be so in order for you to be able to say Krishna. And this brings us to the base. It says in the Mishnah we learned that the person is decided to make one. And he realizes how to say Krishna. And he doesn't have enough time to get out and get dressed. He should say Krishna in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about the secret. So what he was going with Yeshua that said that they were back in Krishna, right? It's a time. But other people can say that for 3 hours. The other thing the Martin says, what kind of water are you? Either one on the wrong out. The water is dirty water or it's not see-through, therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your erba, and your heart and your erba, or any other part that's in your feelings. Other Malama says, no, we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue of Levi Royal Serva, and there's no issue of Beta Royal Serva. La halacha, if your heel, your own heel touches the erba that's supposed to be Krishna, that's heel, but so to speak, see,
Come on, baby.
that's what you say.
Let's go, Devo.
The erba of the guy, I love it, is considered erba. I would think, but certainly possible. The Sar Kamar and Sar with the Adabah. The Rashi is still considered an erba. It's a Rashi called Rashi B. There's a vessel that usually contains excrements, soya, Meraglayim, and now it's a big thing. Nevertheless, it's possible to say Krishna cultivated because of the source. It's discussed in most clear.
Give it to Devo.
Further than Tanakh, the entire house, even if it's on its wall, it has the halacha of Dalanamis, or the halacha of soya. According to Chiga Mia, if you have soya in front of the bed, this doesn't create a pizza, therefore, this is soya. If there's a bed, and the soya, that creates a pizza. What if the soya is below the bed? Well, everything if the bed is only 12 feet above the ground, then it has something called blood. And it says if the bed is on the ground, there is no soya. If the bed is 10 feet above the ground, then it's also the same finish right. If it's between 3 and 10, the water remains in the surface. If the Meraglayim are in a regular sleep, Rav Nachman, if you put water in the key first, and then you pour the Meir Glam on top of the water, then the Meir Glam becomes bottle, drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bottle. However, if the Meir Glam in the key first, and then you try to the bottle with water, oh, that's a mahal, it's better. Most works will leave it. The only man in the list says that. It's exactly right. If you put in water before the Meir Glam, then there's a mahal, whether you need a potion. Favorite black was there first, certainly it's favorite. And finally for today, there's an Isser of passion which is half a gas, Sakara and so. Either you say very food for that, or you build a piece of that. That's what I or you say very fill it in a double wrapping and a wonderful
There you go.
Rocha is Daf Chavav. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be or have a chance this Shabbos, Shalom Zohar at my house, you're all invited. Achal Noam 2 at apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzoy in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never reused, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called Harsim, similar to what we have today. It's weird. The tzoya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered also is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the care. Ezra was masakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah if the person's like that. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this earlier. A person is a zav gomer. He saw 2 riyos even in one day. Now he has to wait shiva nakiyim 17 days. During that time, he became about carry. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because it's already coming. Same thing if a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pregnant, she admitted shikva zera, so she also has the tumah of carry. Then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish. So Tashmish became Amei, and then afterwards she became Anida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the Torah. It says since it doesn't help anyways, you are put. Now the Lord brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a Anida, and that is if a person is about carry and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to the Tanakama. You need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Yehuda, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, Adon Alach, Yishmael. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shemona Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that call it the Sikkim, they would daven Shemona Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday. And that's up until midday. The review that says up until 4 hours shows manios, up until 4 hours, including the 4th hour. If somebody purposely, amazing, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets the daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's chakras, mincha, or mayrim. He says 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say chakras, they'll say 2 minchas. If you didn't say mincha, they'll say 2 myers. The Kiddush is a mincha. Because mincha is saying by 2 myers, myers are already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Omer's manoi, Oto Kerbanoi. No. Since it's davening, it's rachamim, you can say 2 myers because you missed the mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shemona Esrei in the following tefillah, he gets sechar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get sechar for saying that tefillah is not. The continuation of that pasuk of Muvas Leif at this point is the Chesar and the Chesar and the Yuchal Limanos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's go mitzvah, let's go be mebakar friend, let's go give stuff up. And you refrain from going with them, that's chesar leyuchal imanas. And with this, we come to Amud Beis. If a person forgets mincha, the weekday mincha, erev Shabbos, what should he do? He says two Shabbos Myriv, even though it's a different type of Shemon Esrei. It's a Shemon Esrei of Myriv of Shabbos. The issue and the idea is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemon Esrei should be a Shemon Esrei. We should have 18 brachas. And just Chacham said not to be matros, not to be triachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shemon Esrei, you say a Shabbos Shemon Esrei instead of a weekday Shemon Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Myra of Motzei Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemon Esrei. What do? You say two Shemon Esreis, two Myras, and the first one has a Golan and the second one does not. But the halacha is that the Shemon Esrei that you're saying first should be the one you include. So the first one is Myra, same Myra. The second Shemon Esrei is Tashlum. What if you reversed it? You said the first one for his benefit, and the second one for Myra. Halacha is he has to say the third one because it's not Yotzei. The kasha is that the Gemara brings down when we say that if a person says he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemon Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemon Esrei. In that brayso we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Halomata, he must repeat the Shemon Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mikra? The first sheet is Rabbi, it's based on our Abbas Hadash. Avram Avinu, he instituted chakras, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mikra because it says, Lifnei Sarah. And Yaakov Avinu was Myriv Vayolan Shah. Now, Rabbi Shmuel ben Levi says that it's based on the Abbas, but they were so meched, they compared it to the Karbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzais, like the carbon cover that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours of the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Kashecha. You learn in Rashi it means until Tzis Kachavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashas and everything before Shkia. With the Erev, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzis Kachavim. But the Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven the Yechidus before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the comment of the evening, which goes until evening, which Yehuda says until Mincha, halfway from the meeting, 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Myriv is because of the environment of the Oila that you're micro about the calf all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is Anshik Mitzvah Doila doing Misakinah, and that's why it's a big carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Where Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours of the day. You should hear only Psuris Taivites have a wonderful day. Rabbi is not upside. According to Yehuda, all the Zmanim of Tefillah are Hagvad B'char, includes the entire hour. So, when the Esrei of Chakras, Rabbi says, goes to the 4th hour. That means including all of the 4th hour. Doesn't mean until the end of the 3rd, but rather it goes into the 4th until the end of the 4th hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this Mani Mincha for a second. We have the Mincha Daiva. We take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts. That's called Shais Mani. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. Chatzais is exactly in the middle, 6 hours there. Plag Mincha or Mincha Daiva is a half an hour after Chatzais. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Kano is 9.5 hours from the beginning of the night, or 2.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. Half. That's Plag Mincha. According to Yehuda, you can say Mincha without davening mincha until the first portion, the first part of that flag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying mincha, because it's the first part of flag and it's the entire part of that flag. You also goes all the way to the end of the seventh hour, Adal Bachlav. Therefore, there's a situation where a person has tefillas another day. He has mincha because we said that mincha will start at 6.5 hours. And he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven it past the end of the 7 hours. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava testified 5 things in this episode. And we pass like this episode. One of them is that we teach the product whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be after. In certain situations, we teach her to do neither. That is, to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation where 2 sisters, including this kind of married to a brother, and her older sister was married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because only 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one to be on and she'll be the property of the older. We also had a testimony that the marriage of a woman takes on an Eidechon, one witness testifying that her husband died. He also testified that they steal from a chicken who killed a person. And that for the sucking on his behalf, it's enough, it's considered old wine, is enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our Soviet, his husband was neck wrapped 4 hours, in other words, a entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why the Pascal like Yehuda that's davening Shacharis 4 hours a day, not a professor. Rav, it's at the Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the flag, because he holds like Yehuda that flag is the end of the day, and after flag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only be a Kal Shabbos after Shkiras. It's coming to with Rishonim because they hold that mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does the other Gemara about you can do any way you choose as the Gemara. If the entire congregation davened Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they davened Ma'ariv for most of Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only a cloudy day. Their tefillah works because of the tzibur, but if he didn't make any mistake, he has to repeat the daven. Rabbi sat in the Beis HaMerchatz in a sauna before the Gzeira against doing Gzeira, and he was Mekabel that after his Mekabel Shabbos. First he was Mekabel Shabbos, he went to the sauna, and then he taught Torah. Rabbi Abba, who was a Talmud father of Rav, davened mincha of Friday behind Rav, who's davening Ma'ariv of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rav didn't take his piece back into his Shalom because Rabbi was still davening for this. You learn out also that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take steps back, you disturb him, when it brings that Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 hours of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why Rabbi was allowed to daven behind Rav is because he's also in his presence, covered. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind his Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to leave by his role. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud and you answer him back like you ask a regular person, Shalom is saying Shalom Lechamordi, that also causes the Shekhinah to do that. And if a Talmud opens up a yeshiva without asking permission, he gives Yurim, that's the sound of the Shekhinah. Lahalaka, a person couldn't make it on Shabbos and make Kiddush before nightfall, as long as he repeats Kriyash Nagel. Shmuel says that a person can daven Motzei Shabbos after Chanukah on Shabbos itself and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rabbi, they said that Rabbi Shmuel ben Rabbi Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Ma'ariv Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be, it wasn't a pillar, it was a palm tree. And it wasn't Shmuel ben Rabbi Yossi, it was a Rabbi Lazar ben Rabbi Yossi. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos on Shabbos, rather it was Shabbos on Motzei Shabbos. This is my point is whether this Myrick is obligatory. You have to daven it or not. But the Gemara brings, and therefore our Mishnah says, our Mishnah holds that it's not a field. The Gemara brings a very famous story that Rishon by your Khali asked Yeshua, do you have to daven Myrick or not? And he said, it's a Rishos. And he went and he asked the Gamliel, who's the Nasi, and the Gamliel said it's a flavor. He said, wait a minute, Rishos said it's not a flavor. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody comes to this Spanish and says, ask him. He said, do I have to daven Myrick and everything? He says, you have to daven Myrick. Or Yeshua said, I don't have to. And no, so the Gamliel says, is anybody here before? And Yeshua said, no, nobody argued that. So he said, your name. That He said that you said that it's Rishos. Says Yeshua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How can I argue with him? The Gamliel forced Rabbi Yeshua to stand as the year went on. And Seymour was very upset. And they said, last year when I came to Rosh Hashanah, Yeshua asked him that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I hold is not Yom Kippur, with your stick, with your money. And he asked him when it comes to kindness, I heard something that he made Rabbi Yeshua stand up like he did today. We have to get rid of him. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Yeshua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. You're going to be instead of him because he's a specialist. And that's if you're going to Zion. Because he's a Chacham, he knows how to answer everybody. He has always his 10th generation from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the Pesach. Rabbi Yeshua asked him, why? The thing is excuse. So he asked his wife. His wife says, but what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair. And the story of Pesach. That day it's a mess. So it has 18 rows of white hair. And Beis Hashem, like we say in Feder, Rabbi always says, tomorrow we'll continue the story and Hashem have a wonderful day. Rabbi's that podcast where they give me the famous story where they removed from Gamliel as the Nasi and replaced him with the Azariah. He got big for the king and the famous place already and shut off his beard from his wife. That day, the Azariah with the Nasi, he opened up the doors and Greek people and to replace whether 400 more benches full of more 700 more felt really bad. This living in the prevented so many when they came to his team, they showed him white vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they were now inside wasn't as perfect as the outside. The rest of it was alive. In fact, these people were proper people. They were going to learn fire. They just wanted to make the meals feel good. That day, it's where the sentence was written and authored. Everybody told all the laws. Any time in Shas that's mentioned by Yom, it's referring to that day. Nasi, any halacha that they had a question about between himself and the Guido didn't prevent himself from going back to the straight. That's what fighting again with Yeshua and halacha. In fact, it was a big fight between him and Yeshua. Whether Amoini Yehuda was a person who came from Amoin, whether he be a or not, it says in the Torah that it's not a came from Amoin. Yeshua claimed that some parents came and mixed up all the nations, and therefore they are no longer considered a Moedim or the parish, or no parish. This particular non-Jew comes from the Roy, and therefore we accept it. So we argued with him, and everybody agreed for Yeshua. Says, everybody agrees for Yeshua. I see that perhaps I made a mistake by fighting with him. He went asking if he went to the store, he saw that the walls of his house were black. He realized he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're abundant, you're bad. I see you don't understand. It's a price from him of his hardness. He says, I accept. I ask you if you didn't take your says the Gemara on the amazing thing. He says, at least from the honor of my forefather. His great grandfather was Hillel, and we would all go and walk with the sea. They came from Hillel all throughout the Hill. And in fact, Yeshua was one of them. The Lord of Jesus said, yourself, once Yeshua was one of them, we could stay in the hill with the hill. He said the wonder, and the wonder said in the Rebbe, person that wears the cloak is he wearing the cloak. It's referring to the Mil, and one who doesn't, goes to Zarya, he shouldn't say, give me your cloak, let me wear it. Rabbi Gamliel didn't accept it. Says in the Kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of the Gamliel to come and persuade us. So, Shua himself went to the middle of Shua said, a person, who's the son of a Chayin, who doesn't have Zaz, who knows the actual cry of the one, you're the son of Nasi, therefore you should be the Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, when you become the Nazarian, he's raised the Nazis, you don't go lower in Kusha. And the son is, Rabbi will say, you such a year, and of course, we can be because of Nazarian, it needs to be drawn forward because they'll agree, you know. But Zera says, he's very weak. He wants to get service. So you stand at the spiritual effects of trouble. He stood up. It's amazing. He heard to get stand up. And he heard the following I love her and made a judgment that if somebody is late with his use of action powers, is considered a good shape. Yet, if he has the option of diving into the or Muslim, he should dive in first because he for his cut. Zera repeated the Salah. Hi, you were not together. But in front of you, Jonathan on the left to the left. This before Muslim, we call it this cross culture, this also I love it, it's nothing. Not saying it's well. Before the Mincha, or the lady, it's also I love it, it's Mincha. And this brings us to other things. If a person is diving in a show with a tzibur, and they're not holding their music, it's also for him to dive in the yes, which is and shows everything he could. Says the Mishnah, the that brother had a special thing that he should say before he went to the Spanish, he started learning, that the word says the goes as follows, he runs into the like pushing in our love, and should make a mistake in our love, but he's not there. Amazing, right? His friend should be happy that I made a mistake in our love, and now they can fund me. He's so proud of I made a mistake in our love. It's like, well, I'm causing them to make fun of me. And I shouldn't say that coming hard or coming, and my friend should be additional in a lot, and I should make fun of them. But that means I should say, what is it? I shouldn't catch something. The other should be some measure. Any mashkin everybody else is from the human, such as one any mashkin, any mashkin is proclaimed, any Rothschild, what's called well, and what's called Shachas, etc. When Rabbi was sick, he told us, if you want to know about God, the following things. And it says it in this order, it's very interesting. First, treat your friends with respect. That's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to learn to English. Then let's stay away from your children. Be surrounded by community of fun and put them in a place of being beloved. David, the number one rule in David is not so much about fun, etc., but remember, are you David? When Rabbi was about to die, he was crying and asked him, why are you crying? He said, if for a muscle of dogs, a person that was a regular being, we're so fearful, judge us, general, etc. Let's think today he's here, tomorrow he's gone. It's to be right. It's powerful, not to be afraid. I don't know if I'm going to get anything. You know, from anything you go from, as you see your money, it should be as transparent as powerful as fear human beings. You say right before it's done, say, get the thing out of my house. You're about to come in and prepare a seat to the elbows, melon for me, no, just come and greet me. I'm going to see you in his place of Areza. Says the Mishnah, when you reveal the seat for the restaurant, when you destroy the same meditation of the restaurant. Say, not all of it, say the beginning of the heaven. And according to the beginning of the heaven, you know the fish restaurant very well, it's a restaurant, that's the beach restaurant. In a place of some money, you see something important to the soul. And the difference between that and our English, that we say Kulitzara, we must repeat it again later on. Once a Kulitzara, he says, Shashim Sakwas, Shahir is strong, Hashem is equal. Youths will pay you, Fanefa, Baruch HaKar Hashem, May I feel it. The person who's right and happy must take off the donkey, down in his hand, he should turn his head from his mind, into his hand, he should travel in his heart. It's on a boat, he should travel in his heart. Touching the ocean. Why do you see? When I speak to brothers, what I love is that they think it's fine. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is that of Tess, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shem Zohar of my first grandchild, my grandson, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages, and I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcome me to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share something together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon Abikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei, we're saying 19 brachas. And the 19th brachas, V'lamal Shinim, it's against the meaning of the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after he authored it, he was davening for the Amid, he was Shliach Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove it. But if he forgets V'lamal Shinim, we must be concerned that perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik and just because he authored it doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a rasha. It's machlek bin Rabbi and Abaya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the machlek, whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yana Yama. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know certain that he's been Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha. The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos is funny. We call it Shemona Esrei. The 18 brachas is really 7. They are to correspond with the 7 kolos that David said. They call Hashem Alamayim. The 9 brachas we say on Rosh Hashanah are correspond with the Asparas, the Chanasa, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were nifgad, and Baruch decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like the Tainus. Why? These are corresponding to the 24 Redonos, the Shiras, the song that Shlomo said, as they brought the Aron into Kodesh HaKadoshim. And Yeshua says that you say Me'en Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody's supposed to say the Me'en Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havinenu. As we had before, it's a future of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya would curse those that would use Havinenu instead of Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havinenu every single day besides the Motzei Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we put it? We insert it to the Shemona Esrei, but especially when we put it after the and you cannot make its own bracha like Rabbi Kiva said, it should be the 4th bracha after the and according to Rabbi Eliezer, is by Maidim. The reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say the Kitzur in Atachayim and add a couple of words for Havdalah? The Gemara says it's cash. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same Kalo Matar into Havinenu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Bergaz Hashanim because that would match him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atachayim and Tono into Atachayim because, very interesting, the beginning of Shemona Esrei, Gemara says a person has Kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has Kavanah and Atachayim insert whatever we want, and he's not going to get confused. But later on, it's going to get confused. And we don't insert it purposely by Shemet. That's only if a person makes mistakes, you can insert it there. If a person doesn't say Mashiach Ruach Moed Hashem, you make him repeat the entire Shemet Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Kalamot Bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemet Esrei unless he's past Shemet Field. Because you can always say by Shemet Field. The person doesn't say Yalav Yahweh, he goes back to Ritzei. As long as he didn't finish Shemet Esrei, he goes back to Ritzei. Now, if he takes 3 steps back by his Shalom, then he has to repeat Shemet Esrei. Some people that say, but if a person is not used to saying Tachanudim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, but he's at the end of Shemoneh Esrei and he doesn't say Tefillos, he must repeat Shemoneh Esrei. We learned in Mishnah that you should not make your Shemoneh Esrei a fixed. You should make your Tefillah Shemoneh Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? Gemara brings numerous pshatim. One shot is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another shot is he doesn't say it like a tefillah. He doesn't say it softly as if he's begging for something. Another shot is that it's a Shemoneh Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from a siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. Rabbi said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't because that threw me off. Another shot is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the sea, you don't daven mikvah by shkia, with this all at the last moment. And it's true they would curse those who would push off at the last moment because they come to forget the daven. The Mishnah discusses tefillah tzara. If you're in a situation of danger, you should say tefillah tzara, short tefillah. One of the things you say that tefillah is the whole parsha is equal. In the parsha of Hebrew, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset, should have a chorus and lines. Because of the shalom zach, I'll just stick in a little part. What does it mean? A woman that is pregnant, she's upset. The truth is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. As Gemara says, that it's strong, it's nothing but it's in order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's about. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing, so too, Christ, when Hakadosh upset them, it comes to beautiful things. As the Gemara said at the beginning of the chapter, that if Hakadosh Baruch Hu wasn't upset by those days when Bilam was their first Yisrael, that led people to go off the derech of Mizana because they didn't have that fear of the Chas of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. The Chas of Hakadosh Baruch Hu actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this field Tzara Shas Yibur means when Klal Yisrael are not doing the right thing, if there's still thinking about Klal Yisrael, if a person is walking in the safari with dangerous animals and bandits, you should say to Tzara, what is this field Tzara? What does it says? I said, "It's Tzara Shem Shemayim now, but Tim Nachas Ruach LeYiriyach L'Tachas, V'Atoy B'Nech Asay Baruch Atah Hashem Shemayim." The Rosh Hashanah says, "Shema Tzakas Amcha Yisrael, V'Asay Meher B'Kashosam, Baruch Hashem Shemayim." There's another one in there, and finally Acherim said, "Sorchei Amcha Meruvim." I think this is a song. But I think Tzara, Yiratzin Shetikah Echad Echad Kedei Parnasasoy, Echad Gviro Gviro Dei Machsoira. You should give everybody what they need. Baruch Hashem Shemayim. Tefillah and the halach is this is what field Tzara is. Al Yana he said. Don't get upset because if you get upset, that brings to an Aveira, to Aveiros. You should always say, and that we know what it is, Yiratzon, that's the dinner of Shalom, etc., etc. Have a wonderful day, have a great Shabbos, have Mazel Tov, and it's simple by everybody. Brothers, comment. If you're going to watch the Super Bowl today, please remember to surf a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime and 8-minute dive. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. Mark tells us that if you're going on the one you have to say Kfis Hadera, you have to wait until you come out of the city, but not say Kfis Hadera once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes hold that when you say Kfis Hadera, you have to stand still, Rav Sheshes says you can keep moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes respected Rav Chisda, and he stood. He didn't want to do bad in the place of good. And in fact, halacha is it's preferable to be in a standing position where you say, "Kusadera." Riding on a donkey, it's about whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't because that's going to take away concentration. You're going to be thinking about the donkey. A person who's blind who doesn't have a compass is thinking about what's happening in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the purpose, which is the Kachak Kadashim. So if you're in Chutzlar, you face a stroll, which is eventually going to get you Kachak Kadashim. If you're in a stroll, you face flying, some English, you face Kachak Kadashim. Then you Kachak Kadashim, you face the purpose. Behind the purpose, turn around and face everybody else and face the purpose. You're north, you face south, always facing the purpose. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into this? The father of Shmuel is to dive into this extremely early. According to Rashi, even before Aliza Shachar, Mesa says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shear that's in the middle of the night. That's just like the regular Aliza Shachar. Rishim and Elazar is Mechel. And he says, first you say Krishma, then you say Shmonesri. It's better to say Shmonesri sitting down, but it's right after Shema that you say Shmonesri standing up. On the Shmuel, it's better to say Shmonesri standing the Kabbalah. The Rebbe person, before they said a shear, they would grab him, and even though it's really early, they would grab him and dive. And once they gave the shear, and the sun came up, it was Netzachama, then the Talmudim would speak out one by one to dive in Shmonesri. Rabbi, very interesting. He would give his material, his announcer, he would give a lot of material to say over. And when you say over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shmonesri. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shmonesri? He says, Rashi, an amazing thing. He didn't want to be that person to cause the whole base friend, Shiva, to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a material for everybody. And he didn't want to dive in really early like Shmuel's father. He never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to be really because he thought that was a beautiful, maybe short of the start time of this year. He says that Cholim say that you got a Musaf even because you got a tzibur. But Elazar Azari says no, Musaf is only the tzibur. The Buddha says in the name of Elazar Azari that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is one tzibur. If you don't have a tzibur, then even the Yofin is Mekuyim, the Daven, Musaf. That in fact is a Rabbi Shmuel Paskin. And Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi, that's what the Chachamim they say must have been ridiculous. We had in the beginning of the chapter that they used to dive in the exact same place by the pillars where they were very little. We dive in the Yefidus, Shachos, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back to back Shmonesri. The Gemara says the same Paskin say that he didn't have Kabbalah, that's why he repeated Shmonesri. But he testified, he knows what he's saying. He told us the story in order to bring it a point. So David Muslim even repeated what does a similar story. Repeated by Apple's David Shmonesri, and they repeated it can't be because he didn't have Kabbalah. The lesson says that before you David Shmonesri, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you can at least have Kabbalah or bracha for your business. And therefore, it's impossible to repeat Rabbi didn't have Kabbalah. Therefore, it must be that you repeat Shmonesri because it was a Shchodesh, we got say Yahweh. One forgets to say Yahweh in Shabbos. One Muslim forgets to complete Muslim. Instead of Muslim, he says at the feminine weekly Shmonesri. If he's in a tzibur, he doesn't repeat Shmonesri because he could be young from the tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Yahweh later on at Milcha. But if he's doubting he does, he should repeat Shmonesri. If a person forgets Yahweh, Myrick, Rashi says you never repeat Myrick with Yahweh. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is Mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. It's not a Kedusha in order for us to make him repeat Yahweh. However, Amemar says that's only in a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you can say Yahweh in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. 1 day Rosh Chodesh, you would repeat Shmonesri. The person must repeat Shmonesri because he got Yahweh. Or he's down in Musaf immediately after Shabbos. He must wait enough time for him to walk Dalet Amos. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. But with that, we finish the fourth parak of Tfilas begins fifth parak, 8. Yes, you don't learn from Chana that it says by her, Yimar Nefesh, that a bitter heart is kind of different from that children. You don't learn from David HaMelech. It says, but you learn Chana from Sefa, Eshtafa, Yiro Sefa, Yiro, with fear. David HaMelech is different. He knows that he worked extremely hard on himself. He's fearful of his powerful. Perhaps to learn from the sometimes the pain of fest is interchangeable, so you just fear that space. You should have fear of the fighters. You want to know, you could just really simply, you should wear motherfucker. You should wear a nice color when you die. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with perfect grudge? It says the process, if you do as Hashem Yira, you should serve Hashem with fear. The situation of the is the people who are other should be joyful of reputation. What does that mean? That every time you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have the fear. It tells us, Rabbi asked Abaya, why is he joyful? It says the person, people who are other, you have to be fearful. He says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. I'm wearing tefillin without being checked. Similar stories. The Torah said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, the Choketza Via Moisa, I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite possible. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Chassidut say about it. One of the seats in the possible. To be fearful of Hashem, don't run around laughing and being joyful. He says, Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Roughly enough, Lamed Aleph. The Gemara tells us to get that balance between Kima and Ra'ada, between being joyful and being fear about the world. Two stories that are identical. Margaret, Rabina, and Rav Ashi were both at weddings different times and saw that the crowd was very joyful. Extremely expensive glass dishes, and they broke them. This is the minute to bring the glass by the football, but they put everybody in their plates. Of course, there's a good on holds. It says, Oz Yim Molly, so you can only there when the chef comes in, and he smile and he's completely happy. The Shlokish was smiling at the time. He heard this, and that day on, he never smiled completely. So the law is that when you daven Shemona Esrei, you should daven right after you or after you learn a real halacha. That will take away from your concentration. That's the halacha too, but halacha, there's no argument about it. For instance, the Gemara says, the rest of Israel, they accept it for themselves, but even if they see dam the size of the mustard seed, you have to wait 7 days. So they're actually not going to 7 days. You have to down all throughout 7 days and only give on the 7th day. Another halacha. When they're already so, if you bring food into your house, you take meat into the house, you the back door, Shafan, you push the mice. Because the halacha is you have to do the front door and you have to do the rule and it has to be smooth. So you do that really with the shaft of the meat. Then you give your animal, but that's Achilas Haroi and not Achilas Shaft. Another halacha. If you let blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you know how to use it if that animal was a carbon. Shove that animal that's a carbon, use that blood, it's no Mila. You inject it, you are high Mila, you have to be the carbon in the factor. Rabban said, the halacha is, when you have Shemona Esrei, you roish, Syria. Rashi says, the halacha is, right before you say Shemona Esrei, you should say halacha psuka. You don't have Shemona Esrei, you're sad, or you're extremely happy and joyful, or you just finish a great conversation, or in the table. It has to be complete simcha of image. Same with all the applies. You say goodbye to your friend, it shouldn't be the palace roish on the table. The best thing is, you give him a great fart, and think about and remember you after you use. So basically, what Tadina says, that the only places that are inhabited then, this on earth, are places that other Rothschild said at the time, this should be inhabited. Therefore, you see the tree growing, that means that back then, other Rothschild said, there should be trees in that place. An amazing concept, the Lord says, that people, without himself, you start out in one corner of the house, you pick up another corner, you do all these prayers, now, the David and Seeker, who's mindful of other people around him, David really puts the Esrei, so you don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lion's den, as you know, and he said, look, He doesn't listen to their yoga. He asks the question of his work. The riot is because he had windows in his house. He used to daven towards Yerushalayim. So you see that when you daven, you have to have windows. You have to have Yerushalayim. You daven 3 times a day. Maybe perhaps you can focus on the skills of the Rothschild. That is what the David HaMelech has to be prepared to wait against Abraham. When we got transferred, it's set up. You see 3 ropes in the beginning that are shot up in cars. But then we put in rockets and ask for our needs. Why? Because David HaMelech says that the Rita first is Rita, and then Philo. One should ask his needs in the Prophet should not feel. If he really wants to ask for a lot and talk a lot like the Prophet, should do that all the way at the end of the Shemona. We know the famous story of Tana. Gemara says a virgin Christ is in the field. Tana was in the field. She was married to Tana the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Mikdash and Shiloh, davened, and she didn't have pain. The mother was there and he thought that she was grown. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hana. The word for Psukim, many Russian from the Psukim. It says, you see from here that one should be Mustafably davened. Raksi for sunrise for this movie, meaning that when you daven, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the face. Even if the sound's not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, presently dramatic, you can hear your voice, you can hear the sound, because it's also for a person daven out loud. Next to you, this is Daima. By extra hell, this pair of 80 punches drunk, meaning that it's drunk, is also for the daven. Because it's drunk daven, says he's playing the sorry. This is just on the page. It says, you must have a word. In other words, you must repeat your friend even if it's a Rabbi. She said, I thought you are complaining. I think you love me. I think you did that. I am not. No, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So you had to give her a bracha. He said, defeat each other. Because this is especially the Shara, but you must use that person a bracha. Tana was the first person to ever call the Baruch in the name of Smolis. And she used different tricks and Torah. She called it Baruch. If you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a psycho. And a psycho that we give her 9 of a martyr. Literally, drink the water. He says the puzzle. In Israel, Zera, according to what Amara means, if she's proven not guilty, she will have a child. Of course, I'm not going to give her a child. The other Amara means Zera means if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth. She's already pregnant. According to that Amara, Roy Kira is not a drush. Once it says I'm a suffer, I mean certain times with more why? Because learning the word I'm a suffer from relation to Lisa. Why don't you check these different ways that you check other women and give them Lisa? If they weren't marketed to Lisa, Allah, and Abba Saner, I am not. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that we hope Zera Anosh, what does that mean? A man that's above other men. So more darshans, either that he Shmuel anointed David and Shmuel, or it means that he was as great as Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. Or the child is that she has that should fit in society, should be greater than anybody, should be a global person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. This is what's going to be on Isha and Seves. I'm standing there. So you learn from here. I was standing there as a baby. In other words, learn from here. I love this. Someone's never sure that's what this didn't tell it out. Or not really to sit down next to them. Where tells us that David told his people, we have to shut this bowl. Go get a pipe. Shmuel said you don't need a pipe for Shmuel. You only need a pipe for the other 3 avodas. Kabbalah, Ilacha, and Shmuel. In fact, David said you're right. But you shouldn't have said that. Now you're a mirror Allah, and Rabbi, you are high. So you want to kill him. Comes time and says, don't kill him. So he tells her, let me kill him because if you strike this, I'm dying, we'll have another kid. She told him that like Nara said, God for this child spirit. He was a very salibo. This people says the Gemara. She told him his girlfriend an amazing time. She said, gave me everything you created in a human is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why would you give me the ability to nurse if I don't have a child? And finally, the Gemara says, no, I love this. How can it be kind of like a person sits in the midst of kindness on Shabbos? Rashi explains everybody's eating so much food and he restrains himself that will break exactly for 70 years. He needs to prepare for that. So therefore, she fast 2 days in a row. She fasts on Sunday. Fast on Sunday, she fasts on a different day. I think wonderful day. Rocha is now not phase one. Extend the heart of Mazda from his daughter and son-in-law, Miriam and Jacob, the risk of their son, Naphtali Meshach. It's very apropos. Today's daf discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naphtali means tefillah. Tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The word tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the passage about Asher and Erigoyis, I'm the one that causes you to sin, eating the flavor of the Yoitzer, like laying your hand of an Protestant, which hopefully the one that wants us, it's his fault that we sin. Nasi raises like that, the heart should be removed. The heart is totally including us. It's his fault. That's Ruchi had to be given. I'm the one that inserts the Ruach. And then finally, Alel, Moshe Hashem. Moshe Hashem, the Gemara Darshan's bell is Al Hashem, which is a strong Lashon, a Lashon about Torah. Knowing the field of Hashem, the Canada, which is not the best thing in the world. The Dizov, what's this place? Dizov is the Lashon of Dizov, nothing of this gold. It's your fault that was brought through. You gave us so much gold and silver that we sinned with the ego. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The marshal is that person had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and he fed him a lot, and then the cow turns around and hits him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. But his father, another marshal, that gives his son everything, he brings him, he feeds him, and he gives him a lot of money, he puts him by the door of the house of his idols. It's the father's fault. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, it's in his stomach, that causes sin. And finally, at the point where he meets the Moshe Rabbeinu, says he's right. The chesed is basic. I give him a lot of money, a lot of silver, the zav, also a bal, and a lot of gold. And what do you do? And he made that when he started calling bal, it's my fault. Trump tells Moshe Rabbeinu, late rain, go down. What's the double lashon? Trump tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I can only give you regardless your greatest use for price for. Once I don't have price for, give it back to me, and therefore Moshe Rabbeinu became extremely weak. Until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that things happen. The Pope said, better bring any leave me alone so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu, as it's like a muscle where a kid is picking up a son, and the kid's best friend is watching the corner and he's scared to say something. And when the kid has a son, you're lucky that my friend is here, otherwise I'm going to kill you. His friend realizes that he has power and he steps in and he breaks up the fight. If the Torah would have said it before, it would be possible to say. The Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu helped Adam to borrow the Torah, and we wouldn't let it go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We'd say the famous passage that I is like Chal Moshe. What does it mean by Chal Moshe? It should say Moshe Gavin by Chal Moshe. The Lord gives us 6 options how to learn the word by Yisrael. One is if you know it's a lesson of the matzah, to be persistent with feel, or Yachet, which is a lesson of nether. A person makes a nether, somebody else can know about it. That's what he said. If you make a roman nether, then I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lesson of follow. Follow is the body of that person. As Rabbi said, defending on the secret, I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lesson of foul, to rest. You need to rest on Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lesson of kula, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is not going to go through. It doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lesson of Oifidu is a disease that eats up the bones. Which Rabbeinu said, he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the passage that Shabbat but then both swore both in yourself. What does that mean? Had a both sworn in the heaven and the earth. Just like the heaven and the earth, you can destroy that shul. He swore in himself, just like himself, his love was never, it's going to last forever. So to Yeshua, to Klal Yisrael, then you're going to be the treasure of Shomayim, it's going to last forever. But the Be'er starts small, Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden it switches off to the Torah speaking. Which one is it? He says that the Be'er there is Hashem, and then the Lord says, this is Shamarti. Both is the one that's here, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So you need to learn that the possible agreement is Moshe Rabbeinu. When you learn that the entire possible Moshe Rabbeinu, Rabbeinu said, I repeat over the Klal Yisrael, who told me to say that you're going to eat in the land, so you have Hashem. It's a motion to pay us this tomorrow that Moshe Rabbeinu said the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You were able to protect Israel against one nation, the mitzvah, one king, and the nation. You see, the center, but it's the nation you can't protect them. It says, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the rules are going to say. So, not the Kidvarefa, that's what they're going to say. And while the Talmud, who is Rabbi, agrees with him, the person davens first, give a Shabbat at that part, and then ask to leave. Tefillah is more important and more powerful than good deeds. It's only the spirit of Israel when it comes to good deeds. And it's what you hold about later, it goes to this well because of this Tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than stuff because kindness is good for our body and stuff is for money. And Tefillah, although it comes through physical money, has more power than sermon. But how you kill somebody else's tradition and concept, they can come to you, or trying to kill another individual, no longer you can cleanse you to see the happen the rest of his life. You need to do that. Once the spirit of man is the gates of Tefillah will be locked, it can be opened, but it's difficult. Or a pizza, a partisan, an iron wall between us and itself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't really see them. He sees tears, just like in the top of his tears. Rabbi never made a penance in the windows. Cloud and said, cloud, stop the Tefillah. Then a person lengthens his Tefillah as long as it's not behind him. As long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he asks, then his Tefillah will be established. But if you believe that his Tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must enter and he's not behind his Tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's Tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his Tefillah. It says twice. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself with. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you can strengthen yourself. It says in the Bible that Hashem should be fun. Hashem forgot about us. This is what Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, never forget his original wife. So when you're building against somebody, how do you forget about us? It's so like easy. I just forgot about it. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but you just started. And you're all for your sake. And you forgot about you. It says the Muslim, and a woman forget about her own child. The book says, I wouldn't forget about your oilers. I'm not forget about your rabbanos. However, I sometimes use my mother when it comes to our parents like the angel. I'll forget that. I won't forget the good things by seeing that. If I see the Rothschild says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. All of us also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening is just 3 hours. 3 times a day. That's 9 hours. When did they have time for concert? They had to say out the Shmai that they didn't forget to learn it before the day. That's that Shmai that the Nasa saying, which is even very minimal. 5 years per day. If you're a real for answering, you see a king, he says something to answer. That's the truth. You eventually do that. You see a king coming, you eventually king. And you're able to finish what you could. Say quickly and run. Be wonderful. Rothschild Laman Gimel, the Lord tells us a story. There's a chassid, davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because there's no Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reka, you're a fool. In your own Torah it says, if you watch your soul, I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She says, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the guy says, you cut my head off. Okay, I'm talking to Melech Malchei Amachon, how can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down the short rate, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within the 100 feet, 50 ammo, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, you run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, he's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Hanina ben Doisa and the Aroids, so call it Arbat, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. Who can get to the water first? If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Hanina ben Doisa. He said, "Show me where he lives." He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a nace happened that there was a Ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed that Aroid. He took the Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of Meshach and said, "Hey, Aroid made this. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die." And the people said, "Wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Hanina ben Doisa." It says in the Mishnah, we say, "We're in the bracha of Mechaya Meis," because rain is the same thing as Tis HaMeis, it's the same power, it's the same nace. When we say the same Talmudatul bracha, in the Birkis Hashanim, that's the bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Chonin Adas. You need that, so you need seichel, the friendship between Kodesh and Kol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha they say in the weekdays. Every Shemon Esrei you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then, but the first bracha of the weekday is Atachon. It says the more there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, person that doesn't use Seichel, you don't have Rachmana. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. The person that uses Seichel, it's as if built the Beis Hamikdash. When you come to revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Most is no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kinnah and Lezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atachon. Rabbi Kinnah says it's its own bracha by itself, it's a fourth bracha. So that's why Lezer says he inserted it in Mighty. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make a bill every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshei Knesset Doyle said to do, and that's it. The answer is because we're 3 kafaras from Anshei Knesset Doyle and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul and Shemona Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money to buy wine and say over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor. So they had to change it, and they said, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can afford it will be Yitzhak with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was to say in Shemona Esrei. But what if it's the reverse? A person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brayta that says you don't repeat it because it's shame Hashem. It's a bracha of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says L'sisa. It's a deraisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us stomach pains. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazayis of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made Havdalah on a cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas HaMazon, that's 24 brachas. And what's a Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov? There's no Atachayim, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or in Maitim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and this three Lashonos from Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Maitim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that I love Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert that double in Maitim. And the final Lashon is Miriam. We conceive Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't call not a problem, we don't pass it like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself, in Maitim, we don't make him repeat Shemona Esrei. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass it today, we say, we start, we say that which describes the Tayvim, and we are grateful that Baruch Hu for giving us what we give, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov, because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shot at Baruch Hu and says, no, that Baruch Hu, you can have Rahmanas upon birds, you made us upon, we tell them to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways, when you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says, Maidim, and he says it again, Maidim, it looks as if he's talking to two different entities and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed, only good that he does to me, we tell him to be quiet because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you see part of dynamics. There was a person that was sitting in front of Rutanina, and he started saying, okay, those are Olism, but he had it, Oizus, Va'ayam, 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 etc., etc. And when he finished, Rutanina said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shvachim, and Ezra only said 3. And I should say, we only said 3, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's that much more. It's like sitting on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, what does Hashem want from you? I only can do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Oitzer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, he covets Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing, had a wonderful day. Bracha is down on the ballot. If a person repeats the words in Shema, it says Shema, Shema, Ba'ahafta, Ba'ahafta. It's really not nice. It's good. If a person repeats the prayer once or twice, then we don't be quiet. That seems like he's doubting. We teach a person to have kavanah. And if he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shliach tzibur, a chazan, makes a mistake, he can't repeat further. In middle Shemona Esrei, we need to replace him immediately with another chazan. But typically, as soon as it has to be a chazan, it's still process. The first time you're asked, you refuse. The second time, you start getting geared up. The third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. So they ask you to get up and replace him, jump, and you go. The person who doesn't refuse to do the chazan, it's not an emergency. It's similar to the person who eats meat without salt. Just fix it. If the person refuses too much, that's if he's eating too much salt, that's not fixing it. The replacement chazan, where does he begin? He begins from the place that the original chazan is mistake. Look at the chazan, when we get to Rivas Kahana, he doesn't answer other people. However, nowadays, we have to do the same. Chazan should say Amen by the people of the Rechaim, but not by the Israel. But Chazan is kind of typically not be good for Amen. So yes, sure himself, but he won't be confused, and that's what we do now. The Gemara says that there are three things that too much of it is no good. Salt, yeast, and refusing down for the Amen too much, decline its Sarbanah. But on the whole, if a person makes a mistake in the first two broken shrimps, he starts with the beginning of shrimp. The last broken shrimp, he starts with the beginning of the last two broken shrimp. That's what he said. As he makes a mistake, he middle brothers, and he begins the beginning of the middle brothers. After putting the whole, the whole group of brothers have to see the brothers. Lastly, if the middle brothers don't have the water, according to Rashi, they can send anyone and anyone they want to take this completely from the important places that go back to the place that they made a mistake in its original place. The Gemara describes which one actually works. The first two brachas is like a servant setting up trees for his master. Once he traces it, it goes to 13 middle brachas and asks for his needs. And finally, the last brachas are the thanks to his master. I mean, Peter Lezer said, "This Chazi is no good." So once he's diving, what does he call it? What's the deal? There's a baby diving for 20 days. He said about another Chazi. The Chazi is way too good. What's the deal? There's a baby. It's also very good. In law, on the law, the down to rivers is a very short field. So this also learns that the first two diving for a prayer, it's not necessary to mention the name. Because there's a baby who mentioned the mistake. We know when we dive for an answer, we put down reach, down forward, we show you. We do this 3 times actually 4 times in the first bracha. Rabbi instruction is we're going to run this at the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Moedim, and the end of Moedim, which is potentially called Hanadokas. If one wants to add extra shkilas, you cannot do so. A couple of reasons, it's like haughtiness, it's like, if you're a kind level, you bow by producing a bracha at the end of the bracha. Your kids bow by producing a bracha, getting the bracha, and at the end of the bracha. Or if you're true you bow once in the creation for that strength, and remain in that position the entire Shema. There's 3 types of bow. It's one called Tida. If your head forwards until it reaches the ground. You do that by your tzilas hakayim, but not nowadays. Real is where you get on your knees and put your forwards. Shtafava is putting right out on the ground, hands and feet. Rabbi and Rabbi would only do your tzilas hakayim through you lay on the ground, and on your side, you have to have your face towards the stones. And nowadays, you just put out a hand, and you put out a cold tent on top of that. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemon Esrei, that's a really bad sign for him. If he's the Chazan and makes a mistake, that's a bad sign. Well, congregation, we are showing the message. Slava saw that Rav and Rav Shishis battled twice by Michael, the beginning of Michael, the end of Michael. Christ that says you should not bow by Michael is referring to Michael to do for Michael. They will fucking bow there, don't bow, and drink power. The people suggest to live in the place of a broken planet sick, who will tell them whether his liver died based on the flow of his word. He cannot nicely and smoothly take the word. We say that if a person makes a mistake, that sign for him, some say that means the first bracha. Some say the first bracha is referring to you can't have kavana, and kavana that means in the first bracha. There is an effect, what Rabbi Yochanan said, regarding the Yahuwah, which is a Yahuwah of good things are going to happen. It says Rabbi Yochanan is referring to a person who marries as his daughter to the prophet, or this is foreign from the prophet, instead of the prophet, or somebody who is from the prophet on his own. The prophet himself is carrying on his head what lays in store for him. Another member in the Rabbi Yochanan is for the time of Mashiach. Which is different than a time of Mashiach. Nobody can come to Shmuel. The time of Mashiach, but nowadays it's identical. So that's so cold, it's so fire. Remember that Shmuel appears, one of the lowest, but they said Shmuel will be the same. And another shot is that Shmuel was given to the Eli Shmuel and said, for a greatly valued Shmuel, we can't comprehend what just the Pharaoh is. With the Rabbi, it's not on the Shmuel, a greater it says, "I learned awesome." The eyes never see what is referring to the wine that's there from the 6 days of creation, or it's referring to Eden, which no one has ever seen. Although Marisha has seen Gan, the garden, he's never seen Eden. When Gamliel's son was ill, he went to the dice and said, "He's done for." Put his head between his knees and David, and he said, "It's okay." And in fact, he was. When Gamliel says, David all day long, nobody will answer him. His wife said, "But are you greater than him?" "Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like the general. I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around the king's castle in the night so has bigger pull than I do." Gemara says that a person is considered a chutz of things. A person down says, "Oh, feel that a person liberates his sins and is talks about sins in the open because people have that's considered chutzpah and wonderful." Bracha is not loving hate. Brand new Perry pizza and the discusses the brachas that we make on food. You all know that the fruit of a tree make very create. Besides, on wine which very agave. The fruit of the ground vegetables make very create. Besides on bread which you make a mix of water. The Yehuda says the greens, the ragams, like cabbage, lettuce, you make butter, you make sugar. Where do we know that that's the brachas? How do you know that you have to make a bracha? That it's start up, it's not. It's also the benefit from this world without making a bracha. You might think you learn it out from the same concept that we're dealing with. You know, there's a concept called our the first few years of fruit. You now benefit from the fruit. On the fourth year, it's called better with value. You treat it exactly like the nice and shiny that is. If you want to eat your fruit, you must bring it up to your shrine. If you don't want to bring it up to your shrine, you must value the fruit of money. You consecrate it of money. It says the Gemara, when we keep the holes, it says because of you make two hollows, two phrases, one before you eat the fruit, and one after you eat. Yet, you know, that according to everybody, one of those, if you do them, just the concept, you will follow the fruit of money. Now we're left with one. Now, if the second hollow, you might need it to teach us that the person is talking about grapes. Even if you say that the person is talking about also not very or even if you have another lima that is their shop. So that leads us just one wrong. I would use that for bringing some muzzle. Because the rice is I'm saying first nowadays you have to make burgers from a people. How do I know you have to make a bracha? It will become a fight. If I make a bracha after I'm satiated, certainly when I'm hungry I should make a bracha. Problem is, where do I learn brachas for all other foods? What did I say? Let's learn from grapes. Grapes are something special. That's what we call oilos. Oilos, you give it to the workers. And therefore, I have a perhaps I should learn it from bread. Bread has a concept of house. Maybe that's what we go. Maybe combine the two, learn from both of them together. Well, the two of them are special with bread and why? Because they go in this hand. Learn it out from the shivmino. Shivmino, you have to make a bracha. No, shivmino have the purest of other food does not. And besides, find the Malora that says, Netherahai, how does he know foods that don't grow in the ground, such as meat, eggs, and fish? Therefore, we have to come on to the logic. Sparta tells me that it's also benefit in this world without the bracha. You never benefit from this world without the bracha. It's as if people are stealing from you, or stealing from the necessary stuff. And he is this company of Rabbi, which is the symbol of riches. Quite the Umachti, not only is a sin, Roman Rabbi was a king, but praise from the sin as well. And therefore, one should go to a tzachah before he eats, and he should learn the brachas. It says in the pasuk that Hashem ha'aretz mileh, the entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, ha'aretz lo saleh b'nei adam. Hashem gave us the land, so which one is it? Before you make a bracha, Hashem also make a bracha buy it off Hashem, you have permission to use it. And this gives us no dependence. It says in the possible Sas, but it doesn't. And then it says, but on the one hand, it's done for our grace, on the other hand, it's Hashem's grace, which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our grace. When we don't do Hashem's will, it means Hashem's will. Famous Machlokes. Whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or combining Torah with burning the living, it says in the Pasuk, Saturday, you should go out, gather your grain. In other words, you're far. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn, but somebody learn with the language, learn things, which one is it? It says in Mishmah, you have to combine it with learn Torah, but combine it with their parents with burning the living. Rabbi says, it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing and working on the field and gathering the grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done from other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you have to earn a living, but you will earn a living for other people as well. Since the value of many people did what Paul said, by earning a living and work for them, and many people try to do what it does well, not work for them. That cycle again, as I bring up, just like the first generation, learners at the point, they made their Torah the main part of the day, that earning the livelihood was only a temporary part, a small part of it. They didn't try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah, their mitzvahs. They would put their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a field of mice. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed and their livelihood. They made a good living. But later generations, where they made their livelihood the main part of the day, the Torah was just a little small part of the day. And they came up with a trick how to prevent themselves from having to give mice by bringing the food through the skylight. They didn't learn Torah, they didn't learn. On olive oil, you don't make the bracha very clean inside because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine will satiate you and also makes you happy to make very clear oven. You don't make good from others because no one gets a conveyor screwed up on wine. You cut the diamonds for other different. That's how you are. I don't know what that's how we do this. You don't make a bracha on oil because the damages the body. The oil, you read the oil, like those Israeli restaurants, the oil becomes on top of the bread and makes it spread, so you don't make a bracha on it. If you put shemen, oil in a meat, garlic, which is a certain mixture with meat soup, you put oil, olive oil, meat soup, over there, the oil is a bracha, you don't make a bracha on oil. However, if you're eating the olive oil in the garlic, because you want the olive oil to sweet up, then you make a bracha, where 3 days on the olive oil finishes it, even though you need it for medicine, you still have to make a bracha on what you call it. Bracha is not from a club. You can do it with different foods and what's the type of bracha to make on them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product, and therefore, if you were to drink olive oil as is, in a way where it doesn't harm the body, bracha would be very light. When it comes to flour, grain itself is hakam. But once you grind it, you make flour out of it. According to Shmuel or Yonah, you can make hakam. According to Rabbi, since it's not its finest state, you make a shahakam. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, yet on the other hand, it does make the body some sustenance. It's hard. Therefore, you make a shahakam. Salt or salt water also make a shahakam. Because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahakam. The word discusses kaira. Kaira is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out, eventually becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is right now that it's edible, what color do you make? Rabbi says you make very green double because it's a fruit, and according to Shmuel you make a shahakam because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells us the sharp one. You know, I have approved you from a turnip. Turnips, even though they become hard, right now they are. I don't know what the Gemara says. It's not a good raya because turnips are planted for eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a hadama. But nevertheless, the halacha is like Shmuel, that the halacha is to make a shahaka. One of the spices that bring lead, slav, which are caperberries. Caperberries have four parts of them. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, falls up before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, and you have dates, which seem like to be small seeds that grow on the leaf. Halacha is, says the Gemara, that since the caperberry through all four of these, therefore you have to make a bracha on everything. And you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make a ha'adama. We know that our law, the first 3 years of a tree, are the deraisa. You can't have any benefit from it. So deraisa. In Chutzlaretz, it's the Rabbi. And we have a concept that we go in Chutzlaretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi. We keep a hold by Meiser. When it comes to a paperberry, you only take Meiser from one out of four things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the thing. Therefore, when it comes to our law, in Chutzlaretz, you only are finding the our law from the berry itself. Now, it's a shita that's more makel than Rabbi Shimon, but we ignore that shita. That's that of the Shammai. Shammai holds that a paperberry is a summit tree and summit vegetable. Therefore, it's an issue to play a berem with paperberry. That berry means to take grapes and plant them together with other vegetables. Since the Shammai think that when you have paperberry vegetable, they say it's awesome. If there's a suffix, it's a suffix arlo. And a suffix arlo, you can go to someone who's not going to learn what to buy paperberries from them as long as they don't look. Maybe he's taken from a paperberry tree that's 5 years old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more than the people. And the reason why you don't go the Shammai shita is because the Shammai argue with themselves as if they don't exist. We ignore their shita from people. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the paperberry a shimer, a protector to the berry? And if it's a shimer protector to the berry, it should be chayim barley, it should be over this or if you eat the husk. And the answer is, the Maskil said Gemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you were to remove the protector, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist and doesn't spoil, it's not a protector. The paperberry, if you remove its husk, it remains a paperberry. It doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a true protector in a chayim and when it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown, you have something that's called a nates. These small flowers that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pickle. Inside, right there, is a pickle. That the Gemara says is considered a shimer. It's a protector to the fruit, and it's also included in the shear of Tumah. Because in order for it to be coming, you have to have the base. You can only have the base with the pickle is considered Tumah. The nates, on the other hand, is not mitzvah for the fruit for Tumah. Because it's a shimer to a shimer. It's a protector to protect something like yes, when it comes to Arlo, the nates is also an Arlo. And the reason is because it's still considered a shimer, it's a protector, even though it falls off early on when it's growing. So these are cut trees. If they have fruit on them, you have to eat fruit on trees and not destroy them. Once the shear, the Gemara goes from the shear from the Shammai, it's once the fruit starts growing, going to the sill, depends what the fruit is. If it's carrots, it's like chainsaw, it's a fruit. But Geffen, if you grow, according to Rabbi, it's closer to the same shear as Pull-Up and as Pepper Alad is one which grows nates, flowers, and all the other trees which you sell them once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayim and in other words, you select your fruit. Because Torah says it's not fault that if you have a tree that has the same flavor, like black pepper, it's chayim and and you also look at that possible that extra strong is not the same. That However, according to Rav Sheshes,
Yeah, finally, stop.
and the Rothschild would be able to show you. So I got one. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is shot. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you try parts. But if it's dry, not five parts, you don't make a Rothschild at all. Ginger, which is dry, is rubber, and the kicker is however, if it's part of the push, like it says, Ethiopia, other states, Libya, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not marking on, we should ask them because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet the raw would be gama, and the Gemara finally talks about daisa, some sort of oatmeal, if we eat it as is, just oatmeal, like the oats or one of the fish that we eat, the raw would be as is. But you add a lot of honey to it, it's not like this. According to Rabbi, the main part is the honey and for you with the shahaka, and according to Rabbi Hana, since it has one of the five medium, one of the five grains, the Prophet just points out, even if you have five grains are in there. To find the item, such as let's say licorice, you say that there's a lot of flour that just put it together, and that's this glue, then Prophet will be shahaka, I mean, wonderful thing. Bracha is not Lamed Zayin. If a person eats a mixture that includes one of the five grains, you have to make very many results. Unless, like we said the other day, there's down that the five grains act as a binder, but it's a shahaka. Now we're going to be discussing the subject of Chas, Oirez, and Chas Doicha. Bread of Oirez and Doicha. What is Oirez? Rashi says Oirez is blood, and Doicha is panic grass. But many other Rishonim are Mechilin Rashi, and brought on halacha that Oirez is what we call today rice. In Israel, Oirez is rice. So what bracha you make? You eat rice bread, or what bracha bread you eat? It's a four-way machlokes. Rabbi Shmuel holds that you make a shahako, and afterwards you make a burn of fashions. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. If you have a very hold on the other hand, you make a moitzi and a purpose hamada and rice bread. For one on, and this is how we pass it today, you make a zaynos and a burn of fashions. We alone to make a zaynos and alak. But once you mention burn of fashions, have to mention places. Places explains what the words burden of means in different places. Places says, burden of is Rabbi is a strength. What is a strength? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So take a shot of bread and water. How much of a Russell like halfway of them never should find, says places. It means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine that the Torah is just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What roughly you make of oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbi, we make of the servants. That's what we do today. We make it all Israel. But according to the meal, this is a huge tradition. We make for purpose the Muslims are done eating oatmeal. If somebody chews grain, you make a very good idea. Round it and bake it and cook it. It depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, you make. And if it doesn't look like bread, you make it as items. According to Yehuda, who says you have to be more specific when it comes to poetry adama. So in the Mishnah it says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make poetry meaning shite. Over here he holds that if you chew grain, you have to make poetry meaning zirah. What if you chew rice? You make also poetry adama. And if you ground it, bake it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mistake. According to the meal, all shivas haminim, pomegranates, dates, have to make dates, which is something that we make. The Gemara brings different types of food. One of them is a chalitza, which is almost like flour equivalent. It's a kapshel that has bread in it. Says the Gemara, if the size of the bread is precise, then you have to make a bite. The size of precise, it's a mosaic. And we learned this from when a Yisrael makes his mikvah, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time. He makes a shechiyot. If the kohen eats from the mikvah, he makes amalek. Provided that the pieces are kazayis, so you see, and you need a kazayis in order to make amalek. There's a price that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mikvah and he eats the crumbs in a chatzit press, he ate 4 kibitzim in 3 to 9 minutes. So he could be the matzah. Matzah is like this is really poor bread. But he's also chayiv on fuckets. It's fuckets. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still existing. So therefore these crumbs have shivas. Now halacha. Chavitzim that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, you make a moitzah if you could see. These crumbs come from bread, they are bread. As it's sooner than a hammer. Now, if the crumbs are larger than kazayis, even if you can't tell, they are bread. It's not like dog. Places hold this. I'm asking that we're not talking about.
Go! Yes! Touchdown! Give it to me, baby! 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 17, put that motherfucking. Yes!
And
yes! That's what I'm talking about! Why didn't you give him the fucking ball 3 quarters ago? That's what I'm talking about!
Now finding together,
Fuck yes!
definitely happens. There's something called trupin, which is also
Even
known as
man.
it's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough. And you want to look at the oven.
Yeah. Give it a Debo.
Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's high in
Debo.
and according to Rabbi, it's part of the flour.
Debo.
Teresa. What is Teresa? There are 3 explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin
Debo.
maybe something like a flinty batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as dough.
That's alright. I'll take that. Even you and all so bad. They weren't giving you the ball. I have faith in you. They put the ball in your head, you get 10 yards every fucking time.
You must say that
What the fuck did you get?
this side you make it as bread. You see, you went through the effort, you made a nice design and a shape. That's kind of how you just put it down. And it looks like
Are you happy? That touchdown?
that would be
That made my fucking night.
Rothschild is not flammable. It has the flour. You take flour, you mix it with water, and it's a liquid dough, and you put it in the bottom of the oven. According to the kind of comments, considered bread, and therefore you make the white see the biggest muzzle. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and it's a mezainos and alamifra. Mar Zutra says that this is considered regular bread, and we made a whole meal out of it, and therefore we made hamaitzi and the members of us. Rabbi Ravash, on the other hand, says that this is considered a format bread, and you can make matzah in this. Rather machlokes about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that you squeeze them in, take out juice, and if the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, you make a special bracha? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a date? What bracha do you make on that? One of the says that all juices are considered like, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, makes them, they don't make that perfection. It's not considered a free, and therefore you make a shahako on the juice. So that's a quote. I think you mash it slightly. I love this debate. You're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of true fruit. It's considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit, and therefore, it's considered true milk. And it contains its original broth that you made of it. That would be for your good. Shasisa is when you take grape kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, add some oil to it, so depends. If they're thick, then you make them silence them down. And if they're very thin, that would be for medicine purposes, and you make a shahaka. Yet on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. The answer is because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. So look at this here. That even if you have the avodah to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, you have to make a bracha on it. Like we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus gives you sustenance, you can make a bracha. The bracha of a mitzvah, you have to make a bracha about the past, or to put out the wheat from the ground. So what lashon do you make? Mitzvah. Is that for hamoitz? Well, we know that halacha. We say hamoitz means past. We want to go through a discussion whether mitzvah different psukim mean in the past or perhaps hamoitz means the past. There's one person that says that hamoitz is trying means in the future. The Lord tells us that Rabbi was known as a great person, a talking in the halachas of prophets, telling Rabbi how great he was. But there's a came over and wanted to test him. He came over and he gave him bread, and Rabbi said, "Hamoitzi." And Rabbi was upset. Why did he say Hamoitzi and take us out of our respect? But like you said, I love to say today, Hamoitzi, which means the past. What was the whole discussion about vegetables? What's that law? Even on the right, to say that Adama or Shana. What this says that there are food, there are vegetables that are great when they're raw and great when they're cooked. Carrots, etc. There are vegetables that started out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. The problem with they are raw, they only after you cook them and you take a flavor from them, they become flavorful, then they are very good. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that as is they have flavor. So once you cook them, they lose their flavor. This is sense. You know that you put garlic in the food tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put it in. Just take garlic and push it in water to destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very good aroma. Once you put it in the water, you cook it, it turns into a shahak. The Gemara says, do not compare this to the complaints we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that the yaitza and a matzah that was soaked in water, in fact, it becomes a referee. It's not whether you cook the yaitza matzah. The Gemara says, the real complaints to be whether the flavor of the matzah remains the matzah. That's not what it could be that in our soup, vegetables, everybody might agree. The Rabbi lined up. More brings that the Binyamin Bar Yefes said in the name of Rabbi that vegetables are shahak. On the other hand, More brings Rabbi Bar Abba. This is Rabbi Yefes said that vegetables are Adam. More says no comparison between Binyamin Bar Yefes and Rabbi Yefes. Rabbi Bar Abba is very exact the way Rabbi Yefes exact where it says say over everything you learned from Rabbi Yefes in the past 30 days. Every 30 days, you there. Another third writing reference that is turtles. Type of a beat that is cooked 7 times. And remember, you see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. This is a paper out of sort of Yefes say a bracha on a salted olive. Salted olive has a cooked olive. Salt is like is that a bracha before and a bracha after? No rice in the north, perhaps you made a shahaka before. Questions you find maror, you yaitza with the stalk of the maror, but if you cook the maror or you not young.
17.
Why?
Because
Harder
the
is it's harder for me to
do.
what
That's what I'm talking about.
Bracha is definitely the best. The story that Yochanan ate a very salty owl. The question is, how did they make a bracha for it? In order to make a bracha for it, you have to eat a shear of an owl size. But every owl has a head, and therefore that owl that he ate was less than a shear that he was talking about a very large owl. The shear of the size is a medium owl. So even without the pit, it's still not a shear of a medium owl. If you have two foods in front of you, one is the hadava, or one is the shahaka, make the bracha of hadava first. Let's say you both are hadava, so just like one of them more than the others, you must make the bracha one like more. Says the Gemara store, I know you people are sitting in front of our Gemara, you run out in front of them, cooked cabbage, and now we have the whole discussion yesterday with what's the bracha of cabbage? Is it a shahaka or hadava? You run in front of them, like yolk, which is hard-rich bird, the meat of a bird. And also, Rubaski, which is melting skin. The article one told me to go ahead and be like to the bracha. So you went ahead, jumped ahead without asking questions, and you made the bracha on the meat. So his friend left him. But the article was very upset about it. So, upset you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm upset at you for making the bracha on the meat. You should have asked him. I'm older than you. Versus in fact, both of these annoying pictures that Gemara says, don't read from this story that it's about focus what the halacha is in regard to cabbage, which is the vegetable. It's constantly saying that everybody knows that cabbage is chocolate. There's another question. A place between these two annoying was when you have a situation, you have two foods in front of you. One, you both have the same bracha.
Hi, how are you?
But one you like more, you like the meat more, and one is more filling. The cabbage is more filling. Which one should you make the bracha on? One to make the bracha on. The meat, you help it. You hear me? Look to it.
Experience. Hello, how are you? I'm lovely. Just sit you on Thursday night. Are you ready? Just one. All right. You should have an invitation. Nice bear. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Get it. Get it.
these two. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Look at your stripe. That was beautiful. High five. Now this is not good. This is not good at all. Get it. Oh, how didn't I get it? Visible thing. Oh, that was perfect. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah, boys. Phenomenal. All right. Get it, bro. You got win now? You always win. You win always. Try. Get it, bro. All right. Get this right. Oh, one of my worst throws of all time. I can't believe I put that wrong. Get this. No, that's not how I want it to start. Get this, player. Which player? Get it. Get it. This is not good. Oh, that was a beautiful strike. That might be the nail in the coffin. Come on. Let's get this. Oh, wow. Oh, not good. Not good at all. You got it, Mr. Players. Congratulations. I win you. You and I undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. This is the best. And
Yeah, how are you? How's your day going? Smoke, can you hear me? What's good, son? How'd you find out about me? Shut the fuck up. Oh, dude, I love you. Dude, you're the man. Oh, dude, shout out to Smoke. Oh my word. Dog. Yeah. Oh, can I tell you what I did? Okay, so, like, I stream my, like, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work. I've been doing so for more than 2.5 years. And I just do everything I can to just, like, tell people about what I do. And I created a robot on Twitch. And I'm like, there's no way this is gonna work. And within like 2 hours, you come in. Dude, you think like fucking weeks, you know? How's your day going? You're good, my man. So do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. So as I was saying, I stream my life for One Piece. My streams go back to the pandemic. We see the death of the queen. Hello, you good looking motherfucker. We see the death of the queen, the birth of their eye, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. If you didn't know this, data is its number one resource, and I have more data archived than every person ever. The Economist magazine said in 2018, data had overtaken petroleum as the number one resource, and they make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, they make me your friend, your family, all exceptionally wealthy, so that you have independent wealth if you don't already have it, but you're able to have generational wealth, and most importantly, being able to start charity programs of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. So did you get an email that I had found, or did you get a notification? That's amazing, dog. Dude, you just made my fucking day. I talked about some other things. Okay. You're like the nicest person ever. Well, excellent. I talked about other things that are important to the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural growing, flooding greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, boxing. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, which was about $100 million on the things that we did. We built routes and developed nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the electrical program, and most importantly, sound research company. One company, Suba, and how did those things sound? Rich behind your wildest dream. That's right. All right. So, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's what I do. And I'm live right now in 20 different YouTube streams, so you can watch on like 360 degrees, whatever you want.
It's great.
We're dog. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram platforms, 100,000, over 5,000 blue sky accounts, over 10,000 TikToks. I'm the most verified individual ever.
Dude, I just started this country.
You're the man. Okay, so tell me about your journey. Do multi-stream?
I tried to, but I got PS5 somewhere.
Okay, definitely. I understand that. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto to come out in less than 9 months?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so you've got
More Battlefield 6 though.
when's that come out? Okay, okay. So you stream on a PS5. So you're able to just basically stream on Twitch. You get a lot of people who follow you.
I did like, it was my first, well, not my first one, but the last one, like the latest upload.
Okay. Well, don't feel bad about that. That's just how you do it. Plus, you're like a giant company with 5 followers. Like a giant stream, 5 followers. It's just how it is. I really like that. Do you like sports?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you watch the Thursday night football game?
No, I didn't. I worked a lot.
Okay, good. Okay, excellent. What do you like to do when you get to work?
I worked at ABC, which is kind of big.
Very well, doing good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm streaming it right now. Like, public.
Oh, tight, man. Okay, so let me watch you. Just a moment, and I'll check you out on Twitch. What is your username? Oh, yeah. You like to smoke?
Sir,
Excellent. Okay, so we talking. Okay, tight. Yeah, same here, man. I am an advocate for decriminalization of marijuana. Okay, so I'm gonna get you identified up as my main account. And
yeah, I'm trying to, I'm like, just trying to put that, like, there are some that out there that we stream. I'm not really care about everything. Smoking.
absolutely. Oh, you're so cool. You, I'm like, dude, you can't see the smile on my face. It's here to be deserved. All right, so I see right now you've got a weapon. Now you're just want to down some stairs. All right, it's nice to meet you. Are you good? Up the stairs. All right, that was good. That I did. Excellent. It's stuff you put in your life. You're gonna get to everything. You're the man. Oh, you're the it was not a man. That's just fun. I am so happy. God, I'm proud of you. Do you do fantasy sports?
I'm trying to, but I feel like everyone's like, players for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, almost 200 right now.
$200.
Yeah, $200.
Yeah, not bad. Dude, absolutely. We're gonna make sure we get like within the year. The fact that I just started this job and you already got one person here, that's like, man, it's working. And you have no idea how many jobs I build. And to just, I've got 1,900 people in here, which is great. It's not easy. But that's been like a year of work just with bots. And so to get one person in here within a couple hours is phenomenal. It just tells you one person came in and the other people are seeing what I've done. And you must have been like, what is this name? Like Google Rabbi Rothschild, whatever Google Rothschild Whisper. It's a unique name, but it's just like when somebody gets it in an email, I want them to Google Rothschild Discord, because if they do, then they'll check out what I'm doing. Did you see my profile, perhaps? Yeah. Okay, excellent. So then, Ooh, that's cool. Okay, so that's super cool. So that works. Yeah, now everybody's gonna put their driver's license in there. We'll picture. All right, so I'm watching you. So you're up $200 in players round. Do you ever have people bet on you? That's after practice or something. Twitch has it just like um, Twitch is like I have things on the computer to make it so that I can watch without much advertising. It's more difficult, especially if you use an app. So Kentucky did it. All right, we're back. Okay, so this is Call of Duty. Run through the library, stone, shelter, road to 100. Call of Duty. Stone, trim. Check out your profile. Like like an animal. Oh, come to me. You want me to? Okay. Where'd it go? Oh, what a sweetie. Oh, what a beautiful animal. What's his name or her name? Boy or girl? Oh, is he stubborn or is he kind? I understand. He's beautiful. You've got sweet stuff. Yeah. Does he ever headbutt you? Oh, little sweet. What's little mean? Oh, wait, so he drinks milk? That's nice. Like milk that you get in the store? Yeah, do you give him like whole milk or percent or skim? Oh, nice. So do you ever farm? He just lives in like a garden? space for him.
Yeah, well, he's actually still a baby. I don't know if that's
Oh, okay, yeah, definitely. So, like, what happened to what happened to be able to go to the bathroom?
he goes outside. He's outside right now, but I'm there.
Oh, that's really sweet. And you guys caught him? Okay, that's good. Wow, you must really love animals. Do you have a dog? It's okay. Absolutely, my friend. Hey, I, thank you so much, dude. You doing this just motivated me more than I can ever tell you. Thank you so much. I'm always here if you need me, and hopefully this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Shout out to you, Small King 421. I'll check you out when I have time on Twitch, okay?
Yes, sir.
You too. Peace, buddy. Dog! That's better than Debo. Yeah. Nowhere. I did not. You know, that motherfucker. They are fucking weak. so happy that Debo Samuel caught a touchdown and made my evening. What did you think of the game? Yeah. All right. The next game is Sunday. Well, college, not just college, but I watch college, so that'll be some big games this weekend. Yeah, if you want to know who's playing the big ones, I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you everybody. Street news. Yeah. All right. So tomorrow night, a big game will be Colorado Houston. Also Kansas State Arizona. Then Saturday, the Tennessee, Georgia. That's it. That's good. They play. So yeah, how have you been? You called my name in here? When? What time? Oh yeah. Yeah. So usually if I'm asleep, I mute my computer because it's not keeping me up all night. I had a friend here. We were up till like 7. Yeah. But we were up like midnight. But it was good. Don't ever think I'm ignoring you. I would never ignore you willfully. Just sometimes I need to see it. Excellent. How things been in your life? You play video? Go ahead. What'd you say? You went to a high school game? Oh, cool. You went there tonight or tomorrow night? Oh, you're cool. Did the team win that you wanted to win? That's amazing. Are you happy about it? That's phenomenal. Well, I'm happy. Are they good? Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, they are. They played really well. Their defense is really good. They had a tight end who did really well. Their running back did really well. Their quarterback did really well. They look pretty unbeatable for the NFC. They beat the Detroit Lions and the Washington Commanders, who were the teams who were They were like the two best teams in the NFC last year. Not two best, but pretty close to it. Um, and then uh, they their defense, Michael Parsons, looked amazing. The whole squad looked really good. So they should be really excited about it.
Was this recording's good?
Oh, she sleeps in here. She's in competition with you, a friendly competition, to see who gets the most amount of streaming time. So you get a lot because you just like live in here, and she's like number three right, or number two right now. I have a friend of mine who is still number one, but she's catching up with him, and then you're catching up with both of them. So she doesn't want to lose her lead, and she just likes to be here because know that there are people out there who care about her and love her and want the best for her. And then she's gonna have a good day tomorrow, hopefully, and a really great weekend. So she's just chilling, just like you and I are doing.
I said it. I was in football games.
I appreciate that, man.
I don't think it's enough, but
I appreciate that. I don't want to either. I've got a fantasy football team that played. They were not playing well at home tonight, and then at the very end, Debo Samuel did really well. So I'm very happy. And then this actually made my night. Um, I made a robot that follows people on Twitch, and normally when I make a robot, nobody pays attention to him. But I created this one, and I already had somebody come in here, and they were really nice. And I was able to talk with them and tell them what I do. And so that just absolutely thrilled me. It really made me really happy. So that's great. I'm really, oh, it doesn't really have a name. I guess it does have a well, it's unnamed right now, but it'll probably just be known as my Twitch follower bot.
everybody's doing all right.
Yeah, you want to know who's doing what?
Yeah, everybody's doing Los Angeles.
Yeah, yeah, Angels and Mariners. It's the top of the 11. Yeah, extra innings. That's big. Yes, sir. You want to watch it together?
Yeah,
All right, I'm going to watch your stream. Do you like football more? It's going to be just go to Stream East. Just go to Stream East, and there'll be a link there. Correct. That's correct. No, you don't have to sign it. You don't have to sign it. Okay, excellent. Um, so if you go to, I don't think it's not there. Keep scrolling down. Look for Mariners Angels. So those are tomorrow's goals. Scroll up, up, search box. Let's see. Yeah, there, type angels ANGELS. Okay, that's all right. So since it's here, that's right. Okay, do you see MLB at the very top, right next to the screen east? Oh, there it is. Click that. That might be tomorrow's thing. That's okay. Click MLB. No, not login. Right next to stream east. There you go. See? All right. And then it's right there. Angels. It's the second last one. Click that and see what happens. I'm not guaranteeing this is going to work, but just hit play. There's another one that we went to that was like Garden TV. It's a play button. There you go. Yeah, click that. Was it doing anything? Okay. In your search bar, type in garden, GARDEN. Yep, and go. Yeah, it was like garden TV. There you go. And then type in MLB in your search. Yes, MLB. Just do the top one. There you go. There's the game. Oh no, this is highlight. Okay. Do you have MLB 10? What's the one below? Yeah. That's okay. Go to the one above it. Yeah, go to that. And we'll see. It's the bottom of the 11. That's like a repo. With the cups playing that. That's it. Yeah. Right. Yeah, they're all over. It's great. Okay. So let's try this other thing. Go to your browser and type in VIPRow.mu. VIPRow.mu. Type D is in Victor, I is in Isaac, P is in person, like very important. VIP, like very important person. ROW dot N is in Nancy, U as in university. And then hit enter. Okay, second row, third one over. No, to the left. Left. There you go. Okay. Go back. Yeah, baseball. Yeah. Remember, you have Firefox. Yeah. So go to Firefox and look at. You don't need to download it. You already downloaded it. You already downloaded it. Unless you uninstall it. No, just in the bottom left corner. Oh, this might be another computer. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's another computer. Just go back to VIProw.edu and the baseball. You have a lot of computers, don't you? You're amazing. That's amazing. Go to baseball. Okay. Okay. Close that. Right there. Let's see here. Open a new tab and type in UConn Origin Light. U is in University. Block Origin Light. It's an add-on. U block Origin Light. It's an extension. Not the video. No, it's just yeah. There you go. And then you have an install it. Now go back to VIProw.edu. There you go. Baseball. Okay. Go back to VIProw.edu. Refresh the page. Okay. And then go baseball. There we go. Okay. And you're going to see Major League Baseball. And then you're going to see it's the third one down. Seattle, Mariners, Los Angeles, and it's a top. What is the top three? Seattle, Mariners, Los Angeles. See the pick that. I think that better. We get all the beats, right? You do whatever. It's great. All right, so 5-5. What's 111? Yeah, that's a 1-1 count. Is that what you're pointing at? Yeah, so 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, no. That's the inning. That's the 11th inning. 11th inning, it looks like full with the tie and 2 outs and runners. It's a basically loaded. Okay, now it's 2 strikes.
Nice hit.
And the base hit wins the game.
Are you listening to it?
I'm watching it.
I got worship works well.
I appreciate that. I can't listen to it because it's copyrighted material and I'll get flagged on my account, but I'm watching it. So it's going to go to the 12th inning now.
What the fuck, man? So, they got this.
I appreciate that. No, it's fine. I appreciate that, though. You're so nice.
So what's the fucking part, I guess? So I have football games there. No, we're gonna get on game.
That's right, big dog.
All right.
How do you check the rain?
No, the home, all right. A streaming.
Sure. So, what we do,
Come on, people.
right? What we do is, I'm sure I can figure out a way so that you can check this out at home. But for right now, is right. If you go down to where it says rank ups, right below the red hearts below, and I press top, and it shows that you are you're number 5, correct? You're very close to becoming number 4. Actually, you got a little bit of time. You got some time, but you're number 5 right now. I'll bet you know. And when I say number 5, you're actually doing better than that. You're actually number 3 because I had 2. Well, your Brandon Cole Alexander account is number 5, and then you got another account that's number 12. Oh, and you have another account that's number 7. 14507 is number 7.
Yeah. I said, I don't know if at the join the great BC town.
Yeah, you are there. That generates experience as well. You're amazing. All right, hey, they're gonna score. They've got a man up first and a man up third. The Eagles are gonna score. Maybe.
Everybody's fine.
One man up first and man up third. No one's upset. They're just bunting. There's a strike.
I wasn't feeling okay.
No.
I don't know, man.
Good man.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
You have AFL or NFL? You have the arena. You have the arena football league.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. You said AFL? NFL, yes. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I follow it. Oh, hey, they just scored. The Eagles just scored.
The Rangers. Can you hear me? See that? Can you hear me? Come on. See that?
I did see that. Have you ever been? Well, when I go viral, I'll get you season tickets. $65 is big time. Double play. But they scored. Oh, no, not double. Yeah, double. But they scored. They did score one. What'd you say? Oh, yeah. Yep, I see. Yeah. Well, it didn't start till late. And um, and it's an extra minute, so it's really late. Yeah. Yeah. You cut your teeth when you are watching stuff? Yeah. Yeah, the Ravens are playing Sunday. That's a big game. Yeah, no, I'm watching it. No, she needs her stuff. Give her fun. Oh, that's a good question. I think she's on an iPad. She lives in
Come on. this one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's late, and it's a weeknight. Yeah, it's Thursday.
Sometimes
10:35. All right, so that's the end of the inning. 8-6, Mariners 5. So now the Mariners get a chance to try to get a run. If they get a run, then they will go to further innings. If they don't get a run, they What'd you say, Big Dog? Oh, cool.
Let's go.
HP.
XP.
Oh yeah, experience.
Why can't you use that for?
It's kind of just at this point bragging rights. But in the future, maybe something more. Hey, the Mariners just scored, so if they score another run, then they win. If not, it's more baseball.
It's more right.
Where Doug. usually that's chalk. It just allows their hands to be a little slide a little easier. Usually.
The other camera's off there.
I know. Well, no, it's not.
Oh no, you should make it wrong. What? That fills you up more. What comes back there?
I just had to find. Which is fun. A good fun. All right, base is loaded. Nobody's out. Took them over. All right, good. Here we go, Brandon. Wow, he just won the game. Here we go. Plate to plate. They won. Mariners won. There you go, big dog. That's how it's done. Maybe Gatorade? Oh no, that's bubble gum. That's bubble gum. Or Gatorade or chocolate. They won the game, so they're celebrating.
which is like the Rams there.
Rams game was a really good game. Glad we can watch it together.
We're going to talk about
Is it what?
yes,
No.
She's dead.
that are uncooked. What it says it makes a difference how many you cook. If you're very large pieces, it remains the original form, and therefore you make double. If you cut them very thinly, and it loses its form, then it's a shahad, or it's not true. When you cut them very thin, you do so because you want to take out the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better, and therefore, in both cases, it's shahad double. Rothschild says if you have a dish made out of beans, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, you make double. What about a turnip dish? You put a lot of flour. So you don't make any sense on it. Because the flour is there, only combine the ingredients together. Where it tells us that the dish is really good for your heart, good for your eyesight, and it's good for your intestines. So the Bible provided that you put it on the stove top and you cook it until you hear the sound of cooked up. You want to sound really smart, you ask your family a trick question. You know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetable soup? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetable soup. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetable. And the halacha is that it's ma'adama. It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes from. Not only that, the owner says, even dill. Don't think that dill is there to remove foul odor. It's there to impart the flavor and impart green. That once you put dill into liquid and it imparts its flavor, you no longer wonder on eating truma if you use truma. And it no longer becomes blood. You use the dill itself, which is a piece of wood, because it already imparted its flavor. So you see that it has flavor to impart. The word brings a three-way machlokes. When do you cook bread? At what point do the broth cook the bread? Rashi says that if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to eat it soaking in water. If soaking in water, the real situation is as if it's cut. And you make a bracha afterwards. That means that Rashi holds that you make a bracha after the bread is completely cut. He himself holds you should make the bracha, you should cut the bread at the end of the bracha. It's as if you make the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it says if you made the bracha on broken bread, therefore it says Rabbi, and that's how we pass it on halacha. You make the bracha, you cut the bread after you make the bracha. And that brings us to the place. What happens if you have in front of you a choice of two bread? One is a small oval roll that's it, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. The Buddha says, make the bracha with the broken bread. It's more important, it's more powerful, therefore even though other dishes go. Rothschild says, make the bracha on the full one. Or it brings that Hannah came and said, my parents said, take both of them together. Take the broken one and turn it up the whole one like this. He is a child. He said, that's amazing. He asked the guy, what's his name? He said, my name is Shalom. He said, my parents told Shalom, and we Shalom between and where it says, this case, like a broken bread, whole bread, is not similar to another food. Where the halacha is that we have a large half onion, which is better than a small whole onion, which gives you a half onion as equivalent. So everybody holds that. But like this is, in a case where there's no fight around, if you designate, put aside for half onion, it's going to go to waste. So one I don't know, set aside the whole smaller onion. And we says, no, you always separate and designate the better one, the more special one, the good one, the go for it. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of wheat flour and a whole bread that's made out of barley flour, the halacha is you make the bracha on the broken wheat. The whole positive part. As he says, there is the full story that once before our greater of the is the one that said before we mentioned before we do that therefore on Pesach. The Prophet says on Pesach, everybody home can take the broken matzah and you put it over the whole rest and make a mighty because on Pesach there is the concept of let the mighty corner and bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off from the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. The Bible says that on Shabbos have follows Lechem, Mishnah, and Rav called it Rav Kahana, taught only one out of two bread. Zera says, according to Rashi, Zera was cut a very large piece of challah, and he said it doesn't look like a rock on like a pencil, like a compressor, when they would get power for the payroll, they would make motzei. They had a choice of different powers. They would get payroll power because they were power that they want this. And they never did. It's that one power. It's the power that was never, they never had a piece of government that had a wonderful. Rocha is that's them. If a person talks wherever he says the months before he gets ready, he must repeat the bracha, unless the same things that are important to bracha, like someone in the family, he would take a piece of challah from the bracha. What if he says it has to be salt? That's not like this. Whoever says that's not. That's it's a sheet that says even if you say you must make our animal, that's also not answer because it's part of the bracha. It's must be before you feed your own animal. You feed yourself before you make the bite. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt and everything's smeared on their bread. Otherwise, maybe unless you're doing a white on a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, it's leaving it smeared. After every meal, you should eat some salt. And after drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath and aspiro, which is the worst disease in the time of the Gemara, at night. You drink a lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread. In other words, your fluids in your stomach, so to speak, that prevents diseases of the intestine. You eat lentils once every 30 days. That's really good. It prevents aspiro. And if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. You eat mustard once every 30 days. That prevents diseases in general. And if you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. You eat small fish like sardines. That prevents diseases of the intestines and it causes the zera to be marble and it heals the entire body. If one eats ketchup, now one shot in Rashi's fennel, but he likes this shot more with all the people. Ketchup is this black seed. You eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, its smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 Simon Muppets, one of the 60 poisons that you sit next to it, you could push it into you and it could cause death. Or it tells the Yuri's mother used to bake the bread with ketchup, but she removed it because of the bad odor. The Mishnah says, and we learned that previously, review the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So you have to say, where did you get this? Because the Bible says, Baruch Hashem, Yom Yom. What's Hashem? And it's really that every day, depending on the day, you have to get the Baruch Hashem.
What's the way that you used to play? Nothing you can't believe to find. All the love, the bliss, and the heartbeat that you ran. The stillness of another day, make me hand. And what you love, and what you have, and what you love. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. But when they would come, they would go.